Hello and welcome to Unchain Your Galactic Soul. I am thrilled to see all of you light workers and old galactic souls and healers and soul family members. I know you're highly sensitive, empathic beings, and I am honored and I thank you so much for joining me in this transformational masterclass. So it is so important for each and every one of you to remember the truth that you are an ancient and wise soul. It is your birthright to have clarity and confidence in your life by having access to your intuitive gifts, your soul guidance, and your own Akashic Record library. You wrote an important plan before you incarnated. And one of the reasons you feel a drive to be here now is because your soul and your Akashic record keepers want to talk to you. They want to guide you and support your life mission. So we will be taking a journey into your Akashic records by opening an energetic portal for you to easily step into the Akashic field with me. That will be a little process. So bear with me, relax, sit back and learn and share and hopefully really enjoy the energy and the wisdom the record keepers have given to me to share with you. So I will use one of the 8 galactic access prayers the Akashic record keepers gave me. And we'll do that in a few minutes. But I want you to know this masterclass is all about sharing wisdom and Akashic energy healing. I won't be selling anything today. So if you're excited about the Akashic Records as I am, I'm going to have another free call on Thursday so you can get the integration from all the healing we're going to do today. You can ask questions. We'll do actually more healing and even some Akashic record readings like we're going to do today too. And you will be able to learn about how you can access your own Akashic records if that speaks to you. Huh, crazy. I don't know how I muted myself. Anyway, sorry about that. So, oh my gosh. Um, okay. I don't know if you guys heard it or not, but what I was saying, because I'm going to go back and uh, want to kind of repeat what I said. And just kind of FYI, we're not doing readings until hour 3 or some such thing like that. So please don't start, raising your hands now and waiting intently. So I really appreciate everybody if you can just drop into your beautiful Sacred Heart Center and take a nice, deep, slow breath. And we're just going to lower everyone's hands. And if you have a question, if you need help, you can type it into the chat or into the Q&A, and my tech helper will assist you. Okay, so hopefully that'll make it a little bit easier if you type into the chat and need any tech assistance. That'll just make life easier. Okay. Because we have almost 2,000 people signed up and almost 1,000 people here. So just so you know, I can't read through chats. I can't talk and read at the same time. And so I'm like, again, just thrilled you're all here and so appreciate your patience with me and everybody getting rolling. And so again, I know that so many of us, right? You're ancient souls, you're light workers, you're healers. Many of you have been waiting to be enlightened or to awaken, like me, over 60 years. Even a bunch over 60 years, because I woke up at 3 and went, I'm trapped in a body. Oh my God, what am I doing on Earth again? So, yeah, that's 67 years ago. I went, oh my God, why am I in a body? So I get you. I so understand that we're ready to awaken. We are ready to transform. And that's what I want to help you do today. So I know that there are so many amazing gifts that we have, and we're going to talk about some of them. We are going to work with many of them because I want you to be able to use that sensitivity. I want you to be able to use the fact that you're an empath and a telepath, and you have healing gifts, and we really have come to share them with humanity. So I know we struggle. I know I'm betting at least 75% of you would raise your hand, although I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand now. That 75% of you have struggled with sensitivity, both physically and emotionally, for your whole life since you were children. Our parents would say, stop being so sensitive or stop being so emotional when we cry at everything, right? So I'm sure many of you actually have important collective soul contracts with many other people. And this is one of the things we did when we wrote our soul plan is we said, I'm going to go back and I'm going to work with, 1,000 souls on this contract. And we'll talk more about soul contracts in a bit, but they often affect our continuing patterns and blocks. And so I know that many of you have come to actually end abuse in your family lineage and to help rebalance masculine and feminine energy. And there's like all of these different powerful, important, and often challenging collective soul contracts that we as light workers and healers and ancient, I like to say ancient because I'm old, so I'd rather just be ancient. Ancient souls have come to work on. So lots of you have painful karmic patterns that you want to complete, but are still feeling so stuck that you don't even know they exist. Like, what karmic pattern am I supposed to be working on? I've cleared a billion karmic things already, right? And so we're going to do more clearing in the quantum Akashic field um, for you in this 4 hours, right? We have lots to do. And some of you are actually holding a lot of the abandonment programming that's been programming humanity on this plane for 25,000 years, as well as persecution contracts. And so I want to work with a lot of these pieces because they affect our lives. So today we're going to do a lot of healing around all of that. Um, of course, like I was saying, through the Akashic records, through this quantum field, and so kind of as I go, I'm probably going to mention a lot of these pieces, but as I keep talking, I will go deeper into explaining because I really want you guys to understand some of this profound information. And I have I've been blessed to be channeling and talking to the Akashic record keepers for at least 30 years now. And so lots of information they've given me over all those years that I want to share with you. And so I'm very, very excited. And I am so honored that you're all here. And it's exciting to know that you are soul family, right? And we're connected throughout the time-space continuum in so many different ways on Earth and in other galactic worlds. So that means that many of you have soul contracts with me and with each other. So learning how to understand your soul contracts, your karmic patterns, your past life trauma, and how it affects you is much of the work we will be doing and I will be teaching about today. So when you can access soul guidance and wisdom, you can make choices based on your soul's plan and purposes, and not on someone else's suggestion or whim. Soul guidance will transform your life. And I know all you beautiful healers and light workers and ancient wise galactic souls and star seeds are in the right and perfect place. And that's why I say, hopefully you guys have a cup of tea, or I actually have my cup of coffee because I'm still a coffee drinker. Interesting. All sorts of interesting information that we get from the record keepers. But, when I ask them if I should quit drinking coffee, they laugh at me. And they say, you love coffee. We come to Earth to do what we love to do in a body. We don't have coffee in the etheric fields. Right? So here we come to this planet to enjoy beautiful foods, coffees and chocolates, making love, watching sunsets, being in the ocean, and a million other things, right? Holding children and seeing the new babies and, just on and on. So, it's all good in so many ways when we realize that we are galactic infinite souls having this human experience. And so we have so much exciting work to do today, including raising our frequency by using techniques from the Akashic record keepers. So once our bodies and energy fields are cleared and grounded, we can open the portal into the Akashic records, where you'll have a chance to ask some personal questions of your Akashic record keepers. So just a note for a little bit later on, make sure you have pen and paper with you when we come back from the break, which won't be for a while, but just putting that little reminder in your head that we're going to be doing a little bit of writing. So have that pen and paper. So in the Akashic field, we will be doing group healing on many blocks, karmic patterns, and even having our record keepers do a special pineal gland, third eye clearing and activation. So we will get to that a little bit later. Again, like I say, I'm just kind of giving you an idea. So let me just kind of dive in with a little bit about me. I know a lot of you people signed up because you found me on Instagram or Facebook on an ad. And so I know so many people are like, I don't have any idea who this woman is. I don't even know if I can trust her. I got a lot of, is this a scam kind of questions? And anyway, my heart and soul are in this work. And so if you were called to be here just to donate $1, just to show up, I am so grateful. So I am Lisa Barnett, and I am the founder of Akashic Knowing School of Wisdom. I am the custodian of 8 galactic access prayers, which the Akashic Record keepers have given me many, many years ago when they asked me to start a school. I have also written 4 books that you can see there that I've channeled from the Akashic Record keepers who have been speaking to me for, like I say, over 30 years now. So one of their first requests was to ask me to anchor the Akashic records on the planet. They wanted me to do that by writing books and speaking on summits and podcasts and live on stages. And this was really, again, if you go back 30 years, no one was talking about the Akashic records. It was pretty unheard of. And so back then, when I would say things like the Akashic records, people would kind of look at me and be like, what? Are you crazy? Akash, what? And so that's where I started. Now, it feels like everyone knows about it. Of course, if I'm running in more muggle kind of worlds, then they're still going, Akash, what are you talking about? But in the spiritual world, it's become a huge hot topic. And I am grateful that I have been able to be part of the anchoring of the Akashic records. That was their first request, right? Help us anchor the energy back on this planet. So they requested back then that I offer Akashic readings for clients to start to understand who they are, what their soul plan is about, how they can clear and release a lot of old trauma from past lives and this present life. And so after anchoring and sharing Akashic wisdom for years, the record keepers asked me, just over 15 or 20 years ago, I don't know. I so date myself all the time, right? A long time ago still. After anchoring all that energy, they asked me to start a school and to teach people to access their own personal Akashic records with ease and grace. So they were kind of saying, people are ready now, right? The information has been here for the last 10 years. You've been sharing, people are hearing about it. I think I had by then written probably my first 2 of my 4 books. And when I told the record keepers back then, when they said start a school, and I was like, I don't know how to teach people something as high vibrational as accessing the Akashic records. Why me? I'm a mom in the suburbs. And the record keeper said to me, you are a galactic traveler. I think that was the first time I even heard that kind of idea that someone could be a galactic traveler. And I was like, wow. Wow, really? They said, you've lived in many worlds, and we will give you the energetic keys in the form of galactic access prayers and a simple system to teach. And this will easily help humanity to access their own Akashic records. And so with that information, my 5-step galactic access prayer system, and now the 8 galactic access prayers or keys that I've been given, I have now been teaching people around the world for the last 20 years how to access their own personal Akashic records. And so that's who I am in the nutshell. And I am a soul with a very, very clear purpose. And part of that purpose is to help you, remember who you are and what your purposes are. So I'm blessed to have been asked to help bring the Akash back to humanity. And when we do this, we are literally helping to raise the vibration and frequency of humanity. And that will actually support us as with this great ascension moving into the fifth dimension eventually, right? It's all a process. So that is truly my reason for being here and for doing this event today. Again, it looks like we're hitting almost 1,000 people. I just always want to kind of really express my gratitude, my love for you, because I just feel so honored to be here with you, beautiful, wise souls. And I'm so, so happy that you're interested in this Akashic wisdom. You can see my 4 books there, and many of them, have been translated into various languages. So they're all available on Amazon. So what you would have to do is go to the Amazon where you live if you're in a different country and see if it's been translated into your language. I know it's been translated into Spanish and a lot of different languages that I'm not even remembering off the top of my head. But yeah, if you can check it out on your own Amazon. And so even if you put in Akashic Records by Lisa Barnett, I'm sure all 4 of the books will pop up. And one of my recommendations, if you're looking for a first book to buy, is Your Soul Has a Plan, because that really explains a lot of the reason that you're here as a soul at this time, to fulfill your soul's plan. And that is part of your biggest purpose, is fulfilling your soul's plan. And the other book that people really, really, really love is From Questioning to Knowing, 73 Prayers to Transform Your Life. You can read that book and understand about contracts and have these 75 healing prayers that are imbued with Akashic energy and are so beautifully transformational. So hopefully you'll kind of check into some of those and and be able to do that. So anyway. So this is the Galactic Akashic Records that I created. I've been having some fun creating some images for us for this event. So I want to start by sharing what the Akashic Record Keepers have told me about what and where the Akashic Records are and who the Akashic Record Keepers are. So then, coming soon, we will open the energetic portal into the Akash, and I'll bring you into the records with me. So we can do profound quantum healing through the Akashic Records. So we'll do this really soon using what I call the column of light visualization, which includes a few of the galactic access prayers that the Akashic Record Keepers have given me. So kind of just so you're starting to wrap your head around the process. When we use a sacred galactic access prayer, it moves us into this beautiful high field of light where we are able to understand the greater truth of who we are, this big, expansive information, right? You're not just a little soul in a little body. You are an infinite soul in a huge quantum world. So this beautiful high field of light is where we can start to access the truth and remembrance of who we are. So when we start to go into the Akashic Records, and when you learn If you're called to open your own personal Akashic library records, then you literally can have one-on-one conversations with your record keepers. Today, we're going to open the collective group records by bringing you into the Akash using the column of light. And so you'll experience the energy and the feeling and the connection of the Akashic realm, which is pure love, pure peace. It is a transformational energy. So, looking at this galactic library image, it's easy to imagine for a moment an endless library filled with millions and millions of volumes written about our history. Pages and pages of who we were in our other lives and who we were connected to through our soul families, what we did, how we lived, where we lived, what we accomplished, the gifts and talents we honed in some of these other lives. So the actions we took to both fulfill soul contracts and learn about karmic patterns so you can complete these karmic patterns. And, again, we'll talk a little bit more about karma because it really is very much about soul growth, not about punishment. But there are more than just books about our lives on Earth. We're all galactic beings, and we have galactic libraries also. Hence the image. And I'm even sitting in the Galactic Library as we speak. So we are old souls, ancient souls from the multiverse. We are light workers. We are angelic beings here to support the building of the new earth. We've lived in many dimensions and on many different planets and planes. We are all starseeds, hailing from all over the multiverse, the universes, right? In that image, all of those swirling kind of pink energies, those are different galaxies, right? We're on the edge of the Milky Way. And the Andromedan galaxy is coming very close and will, at some point in probably billions of years, come and merge with the Milky Way. We will probably become kind of one merged galaxy, although I don't think any of us will be around for that because, again, billions of years from now. Anyway. So they're magnificent libraries with mysteries waiting for our discovery. The Akasha is home to all these libraries. So you have a personal library filled with information and wisdom about your hundreds of lives on Earth and your thousands of lives elsewhere. It is there to help you achieve your life's purpose, understand the plan your soul wrote and made before you incarnated in this body this time. And so I also like to clarify some words and concepts that are not common and may be misunderstood. So, because I really want you guys to understand everything that I'm saying. So the Akashic record is part of the quantum field of source. I believe that source and quantum are actually the same thing. They are, or it is, the creative energy source of all things. Right? Source is not a being, it is an energy. So within this quantum field or quantum source field, there are many realms and dimensions. Every soul has a unique blueprint that has a divine purpose, or the way the record keepers say it, purpose is. That if we were that linear to have one purpose, we would be bored out of our minds after we were like 12, So really the big purpose for us in coming to Earth is to learn, evolve, and experience all aspects of creation, and eventually return back home and reunite with the eternal source. So to me, this very infinite journey will likely come to an end, but because it's so infinite, there's no time, right? It is, when you start to imagine that you have lived on Earth for most likely at least 500 lives on this planet alone, maybe 1,000 or more, because many of you were part of Lemuria and Atlantis and other times before this last 10, 12,000 years of humanity. So even when we start to kind of break our minds open in that way, we're like, ooh, 1,000 lives on Earth. Wow, that's kind of mind-bending in its own right. It certainly was for me when the record keepers first told me, oh, yeah, you've been here 1,000 lives. And I thought, oh, no wonder I could remember at 3 years old, like, ugh, back in a body, you know. I just kind of remember looking at my hands and thinking, really? You know, that kind of. So if you ever know any little toddlers, often that happens when they're like 2 or 3. They kind of are, oh, this is odd. I'm like in form again. This is, yeah, different. But when we learn to access our personal Akashic records, it puts us on a more direct path because we can understand the plan our soul wrote, and we're supported by our Akashic record keepers to learn and evolve and heal traumas and complete soul contracts and karmic patterns and support our soul family members. And we can really consciously do things so much more efficiently, I would say, when we have access into the Akash, when you're having a conversation with your record keepers. So Akasha is the name of the great energy field or realm that records and holds the memory of everything. So I would say it is a huge, I mean, and again, no time, no space. So when I say huge, aspect of the quantum, right? So this is a specific type of energy that holds the memory and records everything you have ever been or done. So the Akashic record is the name we use to be more specific about it being the library of a person. Each person has their own Akashic record, and there are collective recordings or libraries of everything. Like I would say, there is a big collective library of kind of earthly scientific information. And so there's kind of bigger aspects, but each one of you has your own personal library, as well as your own personal team of librarians. I call this team the Akashic Record Keepers. So these pure beings of light have never been human. They've never been anything but divine source. They're not ascended masters. They're not angels. They're not ETs, right? They're not any of our ancestors. A lot of times when I start teaching people, or maybe a client has a reading with me, they're like, is my grandmother, who recently crossed, part of my Akashic record team? And honestly, the answer is always no. Because our ancestors, you know, as much as we love them, they've been very entrenched in these human realms. So we, from this human realm, have opinions and judgments and beliefs. And so the important thing to understand about your record keepers is they're not your family members or ancestors or even, you know, ascended masters, because ascended masters have also gone through the whole human path to become ascended. So these pure beings of light have no judgment. They have no opinions. They are pure divine love. And that's why they have no names. And that's why I refer to them as the Akashic record keepers. Again, sometimes I'll call them the record keepers. The interesting thing about them is there is kind of a hierarchy in the record. So there are beings of light who really work more with us in, I'm going to say, everyday life. I would often refer to them sometimes as more the beings of light. And then there's teachers, and they're here to help support us with our everyday life more, maybe our everyday life challenges, and starting to learn and grow and get more deeply in our spiritual path. And the Akashic Masters are more purpose oriented. So they're like, if you're imagining again, librarians, I work in this part and you work in that part and they work in that part, right? So you have a team of a dozen or so record keepers. So it doesn't matter which one talks to you. You ask the question and the appropriate one will give you the answer. So it's a phenomenal system. So each and every one of us has about a dozen pure beings of light in service to help you keep your Akashic library in order, to understand it, to find the answers to the questions you want to ask. So can you imagine that you have a whole library and a whole team of librarians just waiting to talk to you? I think it's kind of mind blowing. So certainly blew my mind when I realized that. I was like, oh my gosh, these beings of light, a dozen of them hanging out, waiting for me to ask them a question. So most of humanity has no idea, but your record keepers are waiting for you to take the next step. So that's part of what we're really doing here today. And we're going to start kind of like with preparation. So some teaching and some preparation. And so I just want to talk a little bit about healing also. So, of course, you may notice I get very enthusiastic, and I am really, truly excited and honored to be with you as phenomenal light workers, amazing ancient souls and healers and galactic star seeds, and sharing this wisdom. So I'm excited, and I'm so excited to share the very high frequency healing that happens with ease in the Akashic field. So this is possible because the Akashic records is part of the quantum field of source energy where there is no time and space. So the Akashic records are the only realm that give you information about your infinite soul journey and allow you to move outside of time and space to heal and release so much past emotional pain and trauma and reclaim past gifts that you've honed in other lives and even that you've honed in galactic worlds. So really, for almost the first time in history, all this is available to each and every soul through the Galactic Access Prayer system that I teach. And today you're going to experience it for yourself. So this is not just another healing method or meditation practice. This is the greatest empowerment system available on the planet. When you move into your Akashic record, you are merging with source and activating the infinite soul that you are. This allows you to heal and transform with the assistance of divine source and your team of record keepers. And so first, let me just do a quick overview of the day, just, because I'm sure some people are like, okay, when are we doing this? When are we doing that? Right? When are we going to do the healing? When are we doing readings? So let me tell you, I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Because again, like I was saying, wow, we've got like 700 people here and almost 2,000 signed up. I know there are people all around the world, so many beautiful souls having written to me and letting me know that it's midnight for them, or you know, or they have to work. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And so this beautiful Akashic energy will be in the replays, and you will get emails about the replays, right? So um, so we are working on helping, supporting, raising the vibration of all of humanity, right? And it's so beautiful because there's not very many ways to kind of work in that process to raise the vibration of humanity if you're not in this quantum Akashic field of source. Source gives us, quantum gives us this ability. So, you know, as I was mentioning before, I am considered the expert on the Akashic Records, probably one of the longest standing teachers of this work, and and blessed to be the custodian of the 8 galactic access prayers. And so I'm sure many of you have come to learn more about the Akash, and as well as receiving the healing information. So over the past 30 years, the record keepers have given me a tremendous amount of information. They've also given me over a dozen techniques, especially for light workers and healers and ancient galactic souls. So we are going to learn some of these techniques today because they've given me these techniques as a way to raise our vibration so it's possible to access the Akashic Records. Okay? So we're going to dive in and start with doing that energetic clearing, releasing, raising our vibration process. Excuse me. Like you may have seen on the slide earlier, I've channeled enough Akashic wisdom and information to write 4 books. So those record keepers are phenomenally chatty, which is such a huge blessing, in my opinion, because when we start to access our own records, we can converse with our record keepers every day about everything. It's like just having your own team who can answer your questions all the time. Mind blowing, really. And again, you'll experience some of this. So, I want to talk a little bit more about soul guidance and about intuition and how we can actually get clear guidance. And then we'll use a few of the techniques to start raising your vibration. So, if our energy field is filled with heavy, dark, or painful emotions, it is harder to align to your higher self, your soul, and of course, to your Akashic records. So, we'll clear ground and protect ourselves as we become the sovereign of our physical body and our energy field. So all of that is what really makes it possible. And one of the reasons the record keepers have given me all these tools is to help us as humans to do this work with much greater ease. So this will help you open and deepen your intuitive gifts and start to align to your higher self, your galactic soul, and then your Akashic records when we open the Akashic portal. So owning your energy field will support you in aligning to your soul purpose, of course, your soul plan, and all of those contracts you wrote. Did you know that most of us write over 50 to 100 soul contracts with other people on the earth? I mean, that's pretty mind blowing in its own right. So I'm sure we will do some group clearing and healing around soul contracts. And I will teach you the energetic techniques the record keepers have given us so you can actually continue to use them to raise your vibration, and which will also help to support your ability to create greater abundance and greater love and health and vitality in your life, unchaining you from your humanness, from old programs, from old contracts that keep you bound down. I truly use Unchain Your Galactic Soul because that's the way I've felt like I've been bound down by chains and ropes through hundreds and thousands of years, not only here on Earth, but in other worlds. And so, unchaining your soul, freeing yourself from contracts and programs and beliefs and ancestral traditions is all part of how we will free ourselves to be the sovereign, to move into the Akash, and to transform our lives. So first we're going to clear our fields, and then we'll open the portal to bring you into the Akashic Records with me, and introduce you to your record keepers. So when we do the healing, which will come after portal opening, some of the topics we're going to do group healing on are soul contracts with family members, childhood trauma, abuse of all kinds, past life pain, karmic patterns that keep you stuck, ancestral lineage trauma, curses, pain. There's a lot of old junk in our ancestral lineage, let me say, as well as layers of family karma. So that's just kind of naming a few of the things we're going to work on once we've opened the portal and moved into the Akash. So we're just going to get started. And but first, let's talk about soul guidance, because I want us to start to tune into what that means to us and how that feels in your body as we start raising our frequency. And then we'll dive into some of these powerful yet simple Akashic techniques to set the stage for greater healing. So, do you ever think about your intuition or getting clear guidance? I imagine, as beautiful, powerful star seeds, that you actually do think about it, but probably most humans don't. But, for most of us, it doesn't cross our minds, but many of us have a lot of intuitive insights. And even if it's a vague hit or maybe just a vague feeling, it may be enough to shine a light kind of in a direction, right? Where we're like, go that way. And so we do. And of course, as humans in this world, most of us work really hard and hope that the work we're doing or the job we have is in line with our soul purpose. But we're not sure, right? I've probably done thousands and thousands and thousands of Akashic record readings for people who have come to me and said, can you tell me what my soul purpose is? Right? We struggle. It's painful when we really feel like we have no idea if we're on task. So sometimes we follow a vague feeling or an intuitive hit, but after a while we realize that, oops, that didn't pan out. I must have misunderstood that vague hit, right? So there's many different kinds of levels of intuition, knowing, or guidance. Some of us get chills or goosebumps, right? Or maybe it might be that kind of gut feeling. Some of us get that kind of queasiness or heavy stomach. Maybe that means stop for you, or it's a butterflies in your stomach. And I don't know, maybe it's excitement, maybe it's a go ahead, but it's not the same for everyone. So no one can say, oh, that churning in your stomach, that's a yes or a no, right? Because we're unique, which is a great gift, and it can also kind of be a challenge. So you get your intuitive signs really based on your soul type, mixed with childhood and what your family allowed you to experience, what your family beliefs were, sometimes what your religious upbringing was, right? What's okay to think or feel. Maybe it was okay for you to talk to your angels, but not see fairies because that was crazy, right? Or maybe none of it was good in your childhood. Um, so, you add in hundreds of other lifetimes filled with experiences you don't even remember. And, and then we have this mishmash of intuition. So all of this just kind of reminds us how unique we are and why so many people ask me, how come I'm not clairvoyant? And clairvoyance is actually just one of the 5 or 6 clairs that we have layered in with that, claircognizance, clairsentience, clairaudience, all these other ways to receive information. But again, no one's really teaching you that. And society isn't validating it. So, you might have been told you were crazy or imagining things when you were a kid. I bet many of you shut down or turned off your gifts when you were kids because you were ridiculed for it, right? I remember I turned off my gifts because I kept seeing scary things in my closet and I didn't want to see that. So I literally turned off my clairvoyance. I'm like, I don't want to see anything. And so many of us have consciously and unconsciously actually shut off our own clairvoyance and our own gifts in many ways because they might have been scary or creepy. And so once we shut them off, we usually keep them shut off because no one's teaching you how to turn them back on again. Right. And even if you use them for yourself, usually we don't talk about it too much. Of course, there's amazing psychics and energy healers out there who are sharing their gifts. Blessedly, thank you for all doing that for us. But still, it's really only a few people who have really owned those gifts and share them. So I've noticed in my 30 years of working with clients, that our intuition and our internal guidance is vague, and especially when we've never been validated for it, right? So most of us feel like, wow, I feel like no one cares, no one wants to know, no one wants to hear that, right? Or they tell me I'm crazy. And so we're not validated. So my feeling has always been like, when you get a chill or a gut feeling, can you actually ask for more information? Right? I've never been able to. I'm kind of curious if anybody can, but it's our intuitive knowing. Again, they often come through is body sensations and kind of vague hits. And we're like, hey, give me some specifics, body. Well, it's a little harder to get it that way. So again, are you positive what your gut is telling you or what those goosebumps want you to know? And so is it stop or go or, go this way or go that way or, ooh, maybe you just ate the wrong thing, right? So some of the most common questions I receive from clients who come to me for Akashic readings really have to do with big decisions and they don't know how to get clear answers. The questions could be about getting married. Do I have a soul contract with this person? Is this really the right person? Have we had past lives together? Do we have karmic patterns, which can be kind of about challenges, learning, and growth? Or maybe people come to me about divorce. It's like, is it okay if I get divorced now? I've been married for 30 years, but I don't want to create any karma. So, is my contract complete? Is this going to create karma? Is it okay, right? Is it in my highest good to get divorced now? So A lot of these big questions. We need help, right? Your career choice. Am I on my soul path? Is this really my purpose? What else can I know to create a more aligned life? Do I have other purposes that I'm not seeing or I don't know about? Those are big and important questions. Sometimes people say, I feel like I should write a book or maybe start a podcast, but who am I to do that? Right? We have a lot of that invalidation. We have lack of self worth. We feel like, who am I to write a book? So, all of that really is part of what is blocking us. All of those energies, those thoughts, those beliefs, those feelings stop us and block us. So, can you get clear answers on important decisions or even small choices? And I know you're here because you want more information and guidance in your daily life. I know that you're ancient souls, that you're wise, that you're just amazing humans, right? And so I'm sure that many of you have had past lives as shamans or oracles or wise men and women and healers in so many different traditions. Maybe some of you were part of the ancient mystery schools or the Egyptian mystery schools. All of these things are profound to actually see and know that you were part of. And so I want to share the number one reason I see people are feeling stuck in their lives. That kind of general, why is everybody so darn stuck? And it's because we're cut off from at least 50, if not more, 70% of the energetic information that is out there in the multiverse for us, in our clairs. So we don't know how to get true soul guidance. So the question is, how do we receive clear soul guidance? My simple answer is from your personal team of Akashic record keepers. They are in service to you. You have that whole library and your whole team of record keepers right there at your little fingertips. They're in service to you. And you can ask specific and direct questions and receive clear information. When I do Akashic readings for clients, I use the Akashic 5-step galactic prayer system that the record keepers gave me many years ago and that I teach my students to easily and clearly move into my own Akashic records when I'm doing my own work, or to move into the Akashic records of clients when I'm doing readings for clients. And I can have a full conversation with my clients' Akashic record keepers. I even, after people work through their and master their Akashic records, their personal Akashic records, I teach people to be certified Akashic consultants with my school. So if you're interested in a new soul path, you might find that this work might really be the purpose you're looking for. Right. So in our healing time today, I will ask our collective record keepers about our group contracts, collective traumas, collective patterns, past life vows, past traumas. I mean, just so many different things that we can clear as a group. So super, super exciting to me to get to do that. And we can even really delete some of that past life trauma and childhood pain that make huge blocks for us as healers and light workers and ancient souls. We want to move forward, but that block that says, but I'm not worthy, or I'm kind of afraid, and all of that kind of energy information, it's because often we have been killed as healers and wisdom keepers and teachers. The Inquisition during the Dark Ages, which went from about 1000 to 1500 AD, right? So just ended about 500 years ago. it lasted for over 500 years. And I'm sure that each and every one of you have been killed or hurt or harmed at least once as some sort of light worker, healer, wisdom keeper. Maybe you were creating tinctures for people and the doctor of the time, but people got scared because you could heal them and they turned you in as a witch, right? These past life traumas affect us today. So it's important to release the trauma and pain, unravel out-of-date soul contracts to be able to step into your power as healers and light workers. So we're going to do a precise sequence of a few quick visualizations and techniques. And this sequence has been given to me by the Akashic Record Keepers, who told me this is the most effective way to prepare our mind and energy field for the powerful portal opening we're going to do today. It'll help you clear other people's energy out of your space, any dark or heavy energy from your body and auric field. And this will help you unchain your galactic soul from people and programs that keep you locked down in this lower frequency. So I know most of you have probably heard about, if not having grounding techniques, but the reason I want to actually talk about it is because it really is more profound and took me many, many years to realize this than most of us think. Grounding, being in my body, sure, that's good. But it's more profound because the record keepers have told us that one of the things that often keeps us from getting more clear, direct guidance is the fact we're not actually in our physical body. So if you think about the fact that so many of you are light workers and healers and galactic souls, it's interesting to understand, why we don't like this density, right? And so it becomes kind of icky in the body. That's always the interesting experience that I find people have. After reading like 10,000 clients, I have never once met a earthling, someone who is only from Earth. So when our soul individuates from source, it goes on a galactic journey. It never just comes to Earth. Earth is its own unusual realm, really about learning and growth. So often we don't even get here until we're already super ancient, right? And because we're ancient and infinite and usually reside in these high dimensional worlds and energies, yuck, we resist being physical. So because it can be dense and icky, we resist it. And when we resist coming into the body, we kind of get down to sometimes the third chakra or the second chakra, all those emotions, and we pop back out again and we're like, yuck, that was gross, right? So these tools will help each and every one of you as we do this work and healing today. So I really want you to be prepared, and we're going to really quickly move through this and open the energy portal for you all. So some of these great benefits are that it actually puts you in present time, right? When you're hanging out of your body energetically, your soul is flying around out there like a big old kite. You're in the past, you're in the future, you're in no time space. You're not here in this now moment. And it is so important for us to be in this now moment in order to create and manifest the life our heart and soul desires. So when we come present in the body, when we ground, literally bringing our soul into our physical body and grounding it down, it makes us more aware, awake, and present. It makes room for our information to drop more fully into our body, as well as, of course, one of the things that I think is most important is it helps us be the creator beings that we came to be. that helps you to manifest your dreams. So unless you're in present time in your body, it is almost impossible to create in this present moment. So all your intentions are just that, intentions. They're just blowing in the wind. They're not energetically creating and drawing those beautiful intentions to you because it's happening not in this physical present moment. I hope that kind of makes sense. Why grounding is really such a big deal, you know? So when you become present and aware and conscious in this moment, in this body, you are able to align with greater ease to your gifts, all of your clairs and your Akashic record keepers to receive clear guidance. So when you clear your energy bodies, which is part of what we're going to be doing, getting grounded and really aligning to your intuitive knowledge, really we're activating our clairvoyance, our clairaudience, clairsentience, all of the clairs. Claircognizance. What I find one of the most powerful clairs we have is claircognizance. That is clear knowingness. And so often people say, I don't know, I just knew it, but I didn't trust it because I didn't know where it came from. That's your claircognizance. And so it's important to learn to trust your claircognizance. And again, when we work in the Akashic records and we're having conversations with our record keepers, we can ask them more questions. We can ask them about trusting the claircognizance. We can actually do clearing and healing around the things that keep you from trusting yourself and your clairs and opening them more fully. So I know if you're here, you're ready to create a new, higher vibe life for yourself going forward at this profound time in history. And if you want to manifest those dreams that your heart and soul has, then this is an empowerment technique like no other, right? Starting with being grounded is the first step. And so we'll do a little visualization that I call grounding the kite. The record keepers are just very kind of sweet, lovely, loving beings. And so everything they've given me, there's always kind of this aspect of love, you know, and peace and beauty in it. And so hopefully you're not driving. And you can sit back and close your eyes. And so this will be the first technique in 4 short techniques. We're just going to kind of power through clearing your space, getting really anchored in so then we can open that portal. So just starting with a nice deep breath as we drop down into our beautiful 4th chakra heart. Just taking a couple deep breaths. Four, one, five, four. Beautiful. So just letting yourself imagine this huge, expansive aspect of you, this huge soul. You are infinite and wise and huge. And letting yourself kind of see that maybe as that beautiful golden kite that you, and we're going to grab a hold of that golden kite tail, and we're going to invite that aspect of your soul to come down, down, down into your physical body, filling your head and dropping down into your torso and filling your neck and all aspects of you, down into your belly and your hips and your legs. All the way down, 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 down. Just feeling the soul activating and energizing every cell in your body. Your soul wrote a contract with the physical body to become one here and now. And we're activating that soul contract between body and soul, energizing every cell, which is amazing and beautiful, lighting up your whole body. We just love to feel that energy as it lights up the cells and our bodies tingle and a vibration raises and energy moves and things start to clear out that no longer serve, right? Hmm. And we feel that energy through all of our body. I even feel it in my fingertip chakras. Do you know you've got chakra, palm chakra, and fingertip chakras? It's really part of the way healing energy moves through our body, which and so as we feel this energy and we actually ground the soul all the way down, down, down into our legs and our feet, we're going to work on really using a tripod grounding system, which is technique number 2, to anchor ourselves to the earth. So the record keeper suggested we use a tripod grounding system, which means 2 feet and an energy from the base of your spine. And so let's picture we're growing roots from the base of our feet all the way down deep into the earth. So growing those roots down as we connect to Gaia. And then we have a grounding cord tail from the base of your spine all the way down to the galactic core. Really activating, energizing this tripod grounding system. And as we connect to Gaia, we thank her for helping us to stay grounded, to really grounded with these roots, grounded with our grounding cord. We thank her for this beautiful, deeper connection. So just notice what that feels like. You might feel a little denser. You might literally feel more anchored to Gaia, which is beautiful because that is also activating you in present time. All of this will make it easier to open the portal and move into the Akash. So our third step is to move other people out of our energy field, right? So most of us have way too many people in our energy field, our energy body, our aura, in our head, in our telepathics. There's just too much going on. And so we want to clear them out of our space. And one of the great ways to do that is to use this prayer that the record keepers gave me to clear other people out of our energy field. So if you want to say it right along with me, that's great. Or if you just want to listen, perfect too. I'm going to read it out loud and hold this energy as we release other people from our field. Divine Source, Higher Self, please assist me in clearing and releasing all outside energies that are in my body or energy field, including energy from other people, friends, and family members. Please uplift and bring to completion all the old negative or dark energy that is held in my energy field today. Please send this energy back to the person from whom it came, or send it all back to Source to be recycled for the highest good of all. I am filled with my purest energy and highest vibration I can now hold. And so it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then step 4, before we open the records, is creating a beautiful, powerful rainbow shield that will assist you in being guided, guarded, and protected. So, as the final step in this sequence, this is truly about filling ourselves with our highest energy and becoming the sovereign of our body. So I'm going to walk us through this as we're owning our energy field, becoming solid us, right? Solid, golden, highest soul energy inside and out, so that we can really beautifully be aligned to opening the records and having a conversation with our record keepers. So again, if you can, sitting back and closing your eyes, just taking a nice deep breath. I like to imagine like a glass pitcher, like a glass water pitcher, but it's not filled with water. It's filled with golden liquid light, which is the highest energy of your soul. And it's hovering right above the top of your head, right above your crown chakra. And we are going to just intend that this golden liquid light, this highest light of you, is pouring into your crown and pouring all the way down into the tips of your toes. So we're going to fill our body with golden liquid light. Again, as we are owning this space. So we've got soul energy activating every cell, and now more soul energy, even Akashic light and wisdom, as we are also kind of physically pushing other people out of our space with this golden galactic liquid light. Okay, so just imagine it filling your toes and your feet and your ankles and your calves. It just like you were pouring water into a glass. It goes to the bottom first and then quickly fills up, filling your legs and the first lower aspect, lower belly, across your hips and the middle torso, through all of the organs and chakras and meridians, filling every aspect and energetic and physical, as this golden liquid light fills your body up through your lungs and your heart and all the way up to your shoulders. And spilling down your arms, filling your arms, and again, all the way into your hands. You might even feel a little bit of that golden liquid light coming out your fingertip chakras or your palm chakras. You have energy channels running through your arms, and those are filled along with the physical arms and the muscles and the bone, all the way back up into your shoulders and neck. Again, fills the voice box and the fifth chakra and the direct voice box and the mouth and the teeth and the tongues and the brain and all of the areas seen and unseen, physical and unphysical, in the head, all the way to the very top of your crown. When that golden liquid light has filled your whole physical body, it continues to pour over and fills your whole auric field, which looks a little bit like a big oval. I like mine to be just a foot above my head and maybe a foot around me, so not too huge. And all the way down to below our feet. So that golden liquid light fills all the way, filling the bottom of your auric field, all the way up around your feet now and up around your legs. Again, it's kind of pushing out because there's no space for other people or other energies, no space for anything that is not you, your soul, your body, your physicality. So filling all the way around you, filling the whole aura as it comes up around your head, right above your head, about 1 foot. And as you now have a golden egg, your golden aura, the liquid light picture disappears. We don't need it anymore. And right now, you are a solid golden body within a beautiful, solid golden egg. And now we're going to create the rainbow shield to strengthen the layers of our aura. And then we will really activate it at the end. So just imagine that there's a red layer on top of the golden egg, right? That is your root chakra color, the red. So we're activating that layer of the aura, just strengthening it by putting our attention on it. And we'll do that with all of the layers of the aura. So the red layer all around the golden egg, and then there's a layer of orange on top of the red, and then yellow on top of the orange, and green on top of the yellow, and blue on top of the green, and indigo on top of the blue, and violet is the final color on top of the indigo. And so we have floated all of those other people, energies, old gunk, pictures, stories, things that were not even yours and didn't belong in your field. We have cleared them out. And we have raised your vibration, raised your frequency. And now we will activate that as a protection by stating that no one and nothing may enter my physical body, my energy field, or my auric field without my permission and my consent. And nothing may be taken, removed, depleted, or drained from my physical body, energy field, or auric field without my permission and my consent. And so that is really important because we are literally stating and activating our sovereignty, stating, this is my body and my field and my aura, and nothing gets to come in here but me. And so instead of building walls or putting bubbles around you, you become the sovereign. All the way from within to without, you become the queen or the king of your energy field. So almost open, ready to open our portal into the Akasha now. And I want to just talk a little bit about sovereignty because it is so important. And the record keepers really say it's important for us to understand these things, and then we will use them, right? So if you understand that to become the sovereign, the king or the queen of your physical body and energy field can transform your life, then maybe you will actually pay attention to that and do that, right? So becoming the sovereign of your body and life is the way to access your soul plan in your Akashic records and to create the life that your heart and soul came to create. So the definition of sovereign is supreme ruler. So sovereign has to do with power and often describes a person who has supreme authority, such as a king or a queen. So let's make it personal. If you are the sovereign of your body and energy field, you have supreme power and authority over your body and your energy field, and no one else does. And that is the truth of what we should be able to be and hold. But most of us don't have that consciously, right? From the moment you were born, you have cords and connections, different energetic connections. You might have a really mergy family that likes to always be in your space, and maybe they're in your telepathics and they're wanting to know what you're thinking and what you're doing, and they're having conversations with you telepathically. Again, when I say unchain your galactic soul, I mean to become not only the sovereign of your physical body, but the sovereign of your galactic, infinite, powerful soul. To unchain, unwrite, release old contracts, vows, karmic patterns through the galactic Akash as well as the earthly Akash. So you are truly able to live on your soul path. These techniques that you've just gone through are really what help us to be that. The Akashic record keepers gave them to me to teach because they told me how important it is, especially right now, to be the sovereign of your body and life. By being grounded and activating your soul energy, grounding the kite, activating that soul energy in your physical body, you're taking the first step. By grounding and connecting to Gaia, you're inviting and holding your soul more consciously present in this present moment, right here and right now, so you can walk your soul's path. And by moving everyone else out of your energy field, we're creating space to fill our highest galactic soul energy of just you. By doing all of this, you are truly becoming sovereign, the owner, the queen, or the king of your energy field. Right? So it's not just another silly, boring little tool. It really is how you can start to transform your life with ease and grace. And you'll get these replays, and you could re-watch this last, whatever, 10, 15 minutes with the little visualizations, right? So all of that will be available for you for a while. We're going to have the replays up through March 4th. So I just want to say that right now so that you know that there is a time frame. So if you want to learn these tools, because they're easy to learn, practice them a couple times and you'll know them. You'll be able to do it yourself and continue every day to step into sovereignty. So most of us are raised in families, again, where we're very mergy. And sometimes really the big deal is that we have like a lot of family emotions that aren't even ours. We may have parents who tell us what to do or telepathically tell us what to do, what university to go to, what career to have, or maybe you have to be part of the family business or you have to study this or that, right? Maybe they say you should become a doctor or an engineer or a lawyer, or, you have to get married and have lots of kids. Hey, do you have those kinds of families where they really kind of told you what to do? Like, hey, this is your life. You wrote a plan. I have 3 children, and every day, maybe not that often, don't really think about it that often, but there's plenty of times where I have to step back and say, they have a plan and it's not the same one as me. They have their own path and it's perfect for them, for their soul. But my parents didn't do that. And I bet your parents didn't do that either, right? So all of that is affecting who you are and what you're thinking now. I've had clients come to me who are lawyers or doctors, and they're like, what's my purpose? I hate my job, right? My parents made me be a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. I hate that. What is my purpose? So I don't want you to find yourself in your 50s or 60s or 70s going, ugh, I hope I didn't miss my purpose. And some people really feel that way, right? We're so busy working on our family stories or working on family emotional trauma or trying to save everyone else. And we take care of everyone else at the cost of your sovereignty and your soul purposes. So as we start to go forward and understand this kind of thing better, right, as it becomes more obvious to us, it becomes an easier kind of thing to bring into our world. So I imagine a lot of you have that in your families. Most of us do. Sometimes we're seen as the black sheep because we really are light workers and our parents don't get that. So we become the black sheep. We don't fit in. We're made to be wrong. But you're a powerful soul. Breathe that in. I want you to realize you have had hundreds and thousands of lives. You're not a baby. You're not a black sheep. You're not incapable. You are a powerful soul. I know that you're ancient and wise and you hold so much light, which makes you light workers and galactic souls because we've traveled through the galaxies and we're all star seeds. And it's important that you can access your own soul wisdom and light. So you are so much more than most of us have ever imagined. And these are the reasons that the record keepers have given me these tools, right? They've given me an Akashic 5-step galactic wisdom prayer system to teach people to access their own records, because they say until we truly know who we are on that kind of infinite soul level, it's hard to understand our purposes and why we're here and our traumas and our challenges. So even if you have an inkling, even if when you think, I'm a powerful ancient soul, you think, yeah, but really? How do I know that? Am I sure? Because we've been invalidated forever. So part of what I want to do today is help us have these kind of experiences. I want to validate you. So we are going to move into the Akash. We are going to clear old trauma. We are going to do healing and learn some other healing kind of techniques. And so we can do a lot of amazing work today. So you may find as we move into the Akashic Records, as we're doing these processes, you might have some past life memories, or you may feel it in your body in some way. We're going to clear soul contracts. We are going to deprogram some heavy, dark, old programs that no longer serve us. Well, I think a lot of these programs never served us, but they were written into this earthly matrix so that we could have these earthly experiences. But that time has come to an end. We have moved from that old yuga into the age of Aquarius. We are stepping into the golden age, and it is time to own that, to understand who you are as an infinite soul, to literally have these experiences so you can consciously transform your life. And to me, that is what the Akashic Record Keepers do for us. And as I said in the very beginning, I'm not going to sell anything today. I'm going to talk more about my upcoming program on Thursday if you want to learn more about that. But right now, I want to show you one more thing because I think it is so cool. And so I am working on my PhD in transpersonal education, and I want to prove that this 5-step galactic prayer system that the record keepers have given me actually changes your vibration. I can tell you what it does, but here I get to show you what it does. And so the photo on the left, the beautiful golden photo, is a picture of one of my students outside of the records before she's opened her Akashic Records. And it's gorgeous and golden. And I'd be like, yeah, I want to be all gold. And it's beautiful and it's perfect for her daily life. It has the energy of creativity and intellect and logic and personal power, humor, lightness, fun. Really, she's very physically embodied. And she works in the corporate world, and it is perfect for her. But then she wanted to be able to change her energy and truly move onto a spiritual path. And so she came to me to learn my 5-step galactic access prayer system. And so the one on the right is the same person about 15 minutes after saying her favorite galactic access prayer. And you see a huge difference right there, right? She's going from yellow to blue and violet and green. So all of those amazing hues are representing universal flow, a meditative state of really intuition, sensitivity, peace, clarity. So clarity of thought and feeling of loving communication. Kind of the green is energy of healing energy. The purple is very high, intuitive, meditative state and universal flow. And so all of this happens. This is a shift from sitting down in front of a Carillion photography scanner, just as a human normal person after getting up in the morning, and then using the Akashic Access prayer system, being in the energy, hanging out for a few minutes, and then having her aura photo taken again. And that is the change in 15 minutes using my prayer system. And this is a great graphic too, because it's showing you like numbers. So the one again on the left is outside of the records, and she's only 14% spirit. That feeling, sensing, intuitive aspect is only 14% when she's out of her records. 40% is mind, right? Mind, linear, logical energy. And 46% is body, right? Stamina. She's very grounded, all that fat, but it's very physical kind of energy. And the spirit, the intuition, the connection to source is minuscule, right? And then 15 minutes after opening her records, her connection to spirit has jumped up to 43%. Feeling and sensing. So now her intuition has opened, her clairs are opened, her connection to source and spirit, her Akashic record channel is wide open. And yet the rest, mind, body, are beautifully balanced, but they've taken a step back. They're a little bit more in the background. Much less linear logical, much less kind of stamina going, doing. The doingness has relaxed. So very profound, I think, to see that as a picture of what we do when we open our Akashic records using the Akashic Galactic 5-step wisdom prayer system. There's a lot of words in there. Okay. Woohoo. So, yep. Let me catch up with me. That's me in the Akashic records. Isn't that fun? So we're almost ready to open that portal to bring you into the Akash with me. So I just want to kind of be clear. I am opening this portal. I am bringing you into the Akashic records with me so that we can do this transformational healing and you can have this energetic experience. And we can invite your record keepers to do quite a bit of this energy healing for you, with you, in this collective energy of the Akash that we're moving into. Okay? So just quickly again, the Akashic records are the recording of your soul journey through all time-space continuum. From the moment you individuated from source, you journeyed through the multiverse, you eventually came to Earth, and you will eventually go back out through the multiverse and eventually return to quantum source. So as we go on that journey, most of us souls start out with about 50 to 100 soul family members, right? It's like I always say, you're born in a basket or in a little group. And those souls travel together throughout these multiverses and often through Earth also. So we often have soul contracts with those souls. So not all of them are going to be on Earth with you at any given moment. But there may be quite a few who are here with you. And you may have written contracts. They may be your mother or your sister or brother or aunt or grandmother or uncle or grandfather or best friend. Maybe your business partner is part of your soul family. Most of us write a lot of soul contracts. Again, the record keepers say that most of us write about a dozen soul contracts for significant partnerships alone. Right? That means to be married or have long-term relationships. And we don't have all 12 of them. And maybe you only wrote 6, or maybe you wrote none because that was not part of your soul's plan and purposes. Some people write no soul contracts for partners or family because they've come to practice sovereignty and often to hold a specific vibration, possibly to be really step out there as a light worker in a bigger way, or a healer, maybe to help rebalance the divine feminine if you're in a female body, or divine masculine if you're in a male body, and or all other multitudes of ways to rebalance masculine and feminine energy within ourselves and with others. So we are very, very, very busy with our soul contracts. And so that's what we're going to start working on. And because there are so many of these beautiful contracts, we get to really enjoy. And I'm really seriously feeling like there's a lot of soul family members here today. So you might start with 50 soul family members. But the really interesting thing is as we travel from that original humongous soul, the way I get it is, we have many, many, many aspects. It's like we break into many, many, many pieces. We have millions of lives in other realms. We kind of change form. And so our soul family grows in a sense. Anyway, but what that means is that there is a lot of support on this planet, as well as our soul family members who are maybe unembodied, as well as your whole team of Akashic record keepers who are here in support to you. Right? So all of that said, a lot of times people say, how come I haven't heard about the record keepers? Or how come I haven't heard about the Akashic records before now? I just bumped into you yesterday, or whatever it might be. But one of the interesting reasons that is true is that the record keepers pulled the Akashic field away from Earth during the Dark Ages because we misused the energy for our own personal purposes, to win wars, to find people's jewels or riches or gold. So we were using that more egoically or selfishly in a sense. So they pulled the vibration away so we could no longer access the Akashic records. And it wasn't literally until the 1900s that the record keeper said, it's time to start to bring this energy back. And they tapped on Edgar Casey's shoulder back in the 40s, and then they tapped on my shoulder in the 70s, 80s, 90s. And they said, again, help us anchor this back. And so it has been fun and a huge blessing as I've been able to speak about the Akashic records on over 1,000 podcasts and on TV shows like Gaia TV and Humanities Stream TV and telesummits all over. Because the record keepers say access to your Akashic records is your birthright. And that has been their huge message, their huge point in re-anchoring the Akash back to Earth, so you can have that access, so you can work on healing yourself and understanding who you are. So all of that said, I think it's time to dive in and get into the healing. So one of the things we can do, of course, is this beautiful, powerful transformational healing, because we are in this quantum field of the Akash. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, because the quantum is source, is everything and no thing, there is no time and space. I can go into past lives on Earth and clear trauma, soul contracts, past life vows, this life trauma, release it into the quantum field to be recycled for your highest good. And then we can bring in the beautiful energy and light of infinite possibilities. We don't even need to know, because the universe can bring us so many beautiful gifts and energies. We don't even want to know, because we want it to be way beyond what we can think up. I want the universe to bring me all the good that is available to me every single day. That's a beautiful, beautiful, powerful wish to have. And when you start to do that work in the records, it is actually very, very transformational. So, okie dokie. Um, Let me bring us into the Akash. Let's open this portal, and the way we are going to do it is by using this beautiful column of light and a visualization that the record keepers have given me. So we'll take a moment to create this sacred space. As we use this column of light that I'm going to do in a second, it is actually bringing in this galactic access system to move us all together as a group into the vibration of the Akashic field. So let's just start by taking a nice, beautiful, deep breath. As we are opening the quantum portal with this technique and bringing you into the high frequency of the Akashic records with me. And then we'll have our record keepers do some accelerated healing. So closing your eyes, let's take a few slow, deep breaths. Feel yourself in your heart center. Even feel yourself dropping down into your solar plexus, maybe even further down, right? We were really nicely grounded, so we just want to kind of make sure you're still grounded and in your body. Inviting all the energy and feelings and senses to show up and your heart to expand. And we ask the divine lords of unconditional love to help us center fully in this moment as we create this sacred space. Please wrap us in your love and protection and allow us to travel to the highest realms of the Akasha available to us today. Please help as we lay our multidimensional hearts open to divine love and release all resistance. Lords of the Akashic Record, please guide us to the deepest truths we can access now. Support us in healing and releasing that which no longer serves on our true path. We give great thanks for your divine love and support on this journey today. Just letting yourself breathe. Feel this beautiful Akashic love and peace as it encircles you. This gorgeous silvery blue column of light surrounding all of us, all around the world. Taking a couple more slow, deep breaths into your beautiful sacred heart. Noticing what you notice. I often find it's kind of sometimes nice to make a couple notes, maybe what you're feeling now, peace or clarity, and be whatever that is for you. So now we're ready to work in the quantum field. We've got lots to work on, energy to clear. I now, like, of course, I go, oh my gosh, we're almost 2 hours in. I bet some of you need just a little bio break, a quick run. And so I'm going to just say, if you need to have a quick bio break or grab some water, I will continue to hold the energy, but move slow, stay in your heart, ask your record keepers. So we're not taking an official break. Hopefully, most people will be able to hang in there for another 20 minutes. But if you need to go, you will not miss anything because you are connected in to the Akashic record field of light with me right here and right now. And I will ask the record keepers to help us to clear for everyone who's here or will even be watching. So if you are watching on a replay, this is here for you too. You have come into the Akashic record field of light and energy with me. And this high frequency of source energy within the records allows for deep, accelerated healing. It isn't usually possible in other modalities. So we will release lifetimes of emotional pain into the quantum void. We will heal karmic patterns through the infinite timelines, release some ancestral wounds, healing both you and your family, past, current, and future, which are phenomenal things to be able to do with one process, just by learning to access your own Akashic records. So the Akashic record keepers continually talk to me and tell me what else to clear and heal and release as we are doing this, just so you kind of know. That's the process that we're going to be doing for these next, whatever, 15, 20 minutes. We'll see just how chatty they get and how much they want to clear. I never really know. But this is what I'm going to start by working on. And my suggestion is that you can just sit back and keep your eyes closed and stay in the Akashic field state. Feel the energy of the column of light around you. And so the record keepers are suggesting we start with healing and clearing old contracts that no longer serve you. Right, here's the list we'll be working on. And so usually the way this works for me is I'll just kind of tell you what I'm healing, or hearing what I'm hearing from the record keepers. So again, as I was saying, we have hundreds of contracts with other people, or at least 50 or 100. That's a lot. And some may be really painful and very traumatic, and some may be very supportive and lovely and fun. So we usually leave the fun, lovely ones alone, and we clear the karma and trauma and, pain ones, right? So the first step is just as you sit in your beautiful heart, feeling this Akashic energy of peace and love around you. We invite our own personal Akashic record keepers to come more fully present right here and right now. Maybe they say hello to you. We invite you, record keepers, to say hello. Maybe to give you a sign. Maybe you'll feel that tingle or a goosebump, or maybe your hands will buzz, or all of a sudden you'll feel just light shining on you. It could be anything. Could be warmth, could be a cool breeze. It's often connected with love and peace and calm and expansion. So we thank our record keepers for showing up with us today. And we ask them to do this healing for us, with us, to us, through us, as a collective. And so if you want to do this work, if you want your record keepers to work on you energetically, just think yes. That's all you have to do. Yes, please give me a healing. Right? I imagine everyone who is here for the healing. So just that simple thought of yes, please, record keepers. And so we're going to start with contracts around some of the family stories. The way I'm hearing it is, why did I pick that crazy family? What was I thinking? Right? Why did I pick that crazy family? And so as we activate that energy and we invite all of our record keepers to start clearing the people. Again, we've done this once to clear our energy field, but now we're doing it kind of throughout time-space continuum. So other chords, other kind of connections, other stories, times, problems, issues with family members. And we're going to go a little more specific, they're saying. So we're going to do soul contracts with our mother, soul contracts with our father. And we're going to kind of go through that. And so you may have past life memories. Just invite your record keepers to clear them, release them, to remove any physical pain, emotional pain, or trauma from that past life. If you're having a negative past life memory, you're in this field with me, right? And so I'm almost feeling like, whoop, going, what did I just do? Going back here so that you get to hang out, just see yourself in those records with me, feeling all of the librarians and all of the energy and all of that love that the record keepers are holding for you. So don't get scared. I know many people kind of feel that like almost as a fear or a trauma. Don't get scared if you see kind of a past life picture, even if it's one where you got killed. This is the perfect opportunity to clear them, right? So, record keepers, please help to clear, uplift that past life trauma that you're showing me. Move it out of my records, move it out of my field, give me the cliff notes. Just let me remember the important lesson. I don't need the gory pain, thank you. Release the pain and trauma. Just, what was the lesson that was useful? And some of them are karmic patterns, some of them are repeating contracts that go through many lifetimes. So I'm just asking the record keepers to kind of bring up all of our father contracts with all of our fathers, right? And we are going to clear that contract with the father through this lifetime. We're going to clear the emotional pain and trauma that we've experienced with our father. And if there is none, yay for you. What a blessing. Just bear with us because a lot of people have a lot of pain around that contract. So we just let that clear from the moment of your inception, not even the moment of your birth, but the moment of your inception, the moment kind of his sperm met your mother's egg. And again, we can talk about other, maybe he wasn't your physical father, maybe he wasn't there. It doesn't matter. There are contracts in those ways anyway. So my suggestion is don't go down rabbit holes of I'm different than that. Just know that your record keepers know that and are here in support to you. That's why we call in your record keepers, right? So we are updating and upgrading that contract with your father. And we will just say out loud as your birth father, your, if there was a stepfather or an adoptive father, any version of father, even if your father was your grandfather or your uncle or someone else ended up raising you. We count those contracts. We are asking for all of those contracts to be cleared and healed. And then we're going to go on to mothers. I know we have so much work and I can really go deep into all these things, but I think it feels important to go through some of these, maybe a little bit quicker. So we're going to clear contracts with mothers. And again, we don't just like burn them, right? We want to update them and upgrade them. We want to remove the emotional pain or trauma we experienced and any kind of pattern or program that goes along with it. And I will tell you, of course, because we're doing this for 2,000 people, it's a bigger peeling of the onion. And this is why, to me, learning to read your own personal record is the most profound transformational tool, empowerment tool on earth, right? Because if I was doing it only for me or for a client, for one of you, and we will do a reading in a little while, I could literally go in and look at your contract, say with your mother, and we could update it and we could fit. Maybe it is complete. Maybe we burn it, but maybe not. Maybe it had some karma attached and now we can upgrade that because the karma is complete. You understand? So as a healing tool today, it's profound. And as a healing tool for yourself each and every day, it is a profound. There's got to be another word outside of profound. Profound empowerment tool. Anyway, so we're working through mothers and birth mothers and adoptive mothers and stepmothers. We often have interesting contracts with stepmothers and stepfathers. And sometimes we don't even have contracts with those step parents, which may create some of the bigger challenges. And then when we can realize that I didn't have a contract with them, so I don't have to worry about it being done, it kind of gives us, again, that space of sovereignty. I'm here doing my soul work on my soul path, and they're there doing their soul work on their soul path, conscious or not, right? And we're all doing the best we can, no matter what it looks like out there. And we do a lot of forgiveness work around these relationships because it really helps to complete karma. So updating and upgrading our contracts with all versions of mother, bringing them into present time so that we really can lighten that load from this life of that relationship with that other person. Okay. And then we want to work on soul contracts with significant partners. And it could be an ex, it could be your partner right now, it could be someone you're married to or not. Maybe you've been together 40 years, but you chose not to marry. That's perfect, right? So I say significant partners because it literally is the energetic of it in that case, right? So contracts with significant partners. I've had a lot of clients who have come to me who have had like they've been divorced, say, for 3 years or 5 years, and they're like, I feel like he's still in my space. I can't quite get over him, but it's like, not that I love him. I'm mad about it, but yuck. Or what can we do about that kind of energy? I just want to say that to light it up in everybody's field who has that kind of thing. My heart was broken and I haven't been able to heal it. So I haven't been able to find a new love, and I'd like to have a new relationship. I want a new significant partner. So maybe your significant partnership is perfect and we'll leave that be, but maybe it needs an upgrade. Maybe you've kind of fallen out of alignment and it could use some upgrade. Maybe it's complete, right? I think I mentioned, clients who have come after 25, 30, 35 years of marriage, and they're like, I don't know, we have nothing in common anymore. Do I have to stay in this marriage? It's like, but no, it's over. It was about raising a family. That ended 10 years ago. You're free to go, So I think it's important that we realize that, again, that we can step into our own power. We can move these people out. We can clear, complete, release those contracts. So if you know in your heart that your contract is complete, we ask our record keepers to burn, release, delete that contract that is over. Let's untie it, clear it from our field, let it go so that I can move on. So whether it's an ex, and I'm doing a little bit more deeper work around kind of the past, like I've been divorced for 10 years already and I can't move forward. But we also want to do this for all of you who maybe feel like it's time. I know there's a lot of this going on in our world where, and I see it both sides. I have a lot of women who come to me whose husbands are not on a spiritual path, and I have quite a few men who have come to me whose wives are not on a spiritual path, and they are, right? So it doesn't matter if you're in a male body or a female body. Your spouse may not be on the same spiritual path you're on. You're all on spiritual paths, or you wouldn't be here, right? So we want to ask our record keepers to as appropriate, uplift and bring all of those contracts to completion for the highest good of both of you. So even if you're still living with that partner 30 years later, but you're miserable, let's bring that contract to completion. Let's bring everything back into present time. Let's move all of their energy out of your field so you again can be and embody as the sovereign of your life. Good. Nice little bonfires. We always love that. Like, good. Bring me a bonfire or two. It's a little bit of a funny thought, but yeah, that always feels good because it feels like the bonfires. I see there's some of those scrolls. See the scrolls on the floor in this picture. I often see our contracts like scrolls, just like that. And they make like a bonfire, like those scrolls were logs, and they make a big bonfire and light them up. Kind of fun. Anyway, okay. So with significant partners, so we're clearing some of that. We're clearing past energy from the last, doesn't matter however many years it is. We're updating and upgrading if that contract is still viable and valuable. Say you've been married 10 years. You want to upgrade it to this present moment, highest and best contract for you now, 10 years later, or 20 years later, or 30 years later, or 40 years later, or 50 years later, right? We can have viable, valuable contracts 50 years later, but you want to kind of polish them up, right? You want to make sure you're still on the same path, that you're still supporting each other, that this is a support contract to create this beautiful life that you two have come to create together. So we're just doing. It's like the polishing cloths are out there polishing off all these contracts and shining them up or burning them if they're not valuable. And then we're bringing everything into this present time, this space, this body, here and now. So it's the highest contract for you and your partnerships. And then we want to activate if people are looking for a future partner, like maybe people are like, yeah, I'm not in a relationship, but I would like one. So let's ask the record keepers to help activate any contracts that you have written that are still valuable or viable for you right now. And so we're going to light those up. Again, when I say light them up, often they look like they get shiny, like a golden, I don't know, shiny tablet or something like that is kind of the way they show up. And I'll see like 2 or 3 tablets kind of over someone's head, and then they kind of are realigning them and activating them and connecting them in with us right here and now. So that's really good, good, good. Anchoring all that down into body. Okay, just breathing. So just letting ourselves activate any new or upcoming okay, soul contracts that are helpful. And it could be with a significant partner, but let's ask for other wonderful things like maybe it's a business partner or a travel partner, or somebody, a new best friend, someone to go do fun, cool stuff with, to go traveling to sacred sites with. Let's ask our record keepers to activate all of that. So I know at this time in history, we're meant to come more fully back into community, and that's super exciting. And so let's call them in. Community, whoever community is for you on your soul path, on your purposes, what you've come to do, share, and work with. So record keepers, please shine up all of those other soul contracts and bring them into alignment so that it's easier for us to really activate them and to bring them to fruition in this life at this time. Now, this year's good if it's the right timing. Next year, some of this stuff is going to probably happen over the next few years because, divine timing. Okay. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to do some soul contracts with children. So if you have children, we're just going to ask in general to update and upgrade all of our soul contracts with our kids because, the interesting thing with children, again, we usually write contracts with them, but not always. So I've seen plenty of people who have maybe like maybe a bigger soul contract with the father than with the mother, or with the mother than with the father, right? So depending on which side you're on. And you may notice that, like a lot of my clients and students will say, I have a really strong connection, like say the mother says with the one son is super spiritual and loves the stuff I'm doing and I can teach him all these cool things. But the other son has a really strong connection to the father. And when you look at their soul contracts, you will basically find that that's how they wrote the contracts. The one son came to be with the father in the business and some of that information and wisdom with the father, and the other son came in to be with the mother. So we don't always have big soul contracts with both parents. Um, so they can be different in those sorts of ways. So, but one of the reasons I think it's so important is to update and upgrade contracts with children is that I have 30-year-olds, and I don't want to treat them like 5-year-olds, right? Or even like teenagers, right? I want to treat them like 30-year-olds. I want to see them for who they are now. I want to honor and love and respect them for who they are as souls embodied on this path, doing their own soul work, and really honor that, because I think it really is so important that we can do that for our children. So, um, yeah. So just inviting our record keepers just to update and upgrade, shine up, polish up our contracts with our children and our grandchildren, if there's those too. Um, just for the highest and best connection, communication, heart to heart connection, love, and even clarity. Seeing eye to eye is really beautiful with our children and our grandchildren. And seeing them as the beautiful, ancient, wise souls that they truly are, also, right? Hmm. So we're going to do a little bit with that. Just feels so lovely. It makes me kind of mushy, like teary. I'm like, oh, I so love my kids and grandkids. I just feel so blessed. Um, let's do some soul contracts with friends and other people. They may be, business partners and other people like that, right? And so, hmm. Any other contracts that maybe need a little cleaning up or upgrading, updating, and or maybe if you really feel like they're done. I know there's a lot of that happening in the world where people are now more on a spiritual path, but their friends aren't, and they're like, do I still? Is it wrong if I end our friendship? And the record keepers are like, no, it's not. Soul contracts, most of our soul contracts are not meant to be for life. Excuse me. Most of our soul contracts are actually, oh, what did I do? Sorry. Um, most of our soul contracts are actually shorter contracts. Often our significant partners might be longer. And we sometimes have friends for life. I have a girlfriend who I've been friends with since I was in first grade. So, 65 years. Other friends, 40 years, 30 years. But not all of them. And especially in times like this where we are changing so much. So, let's just do some updating, upgrading, clearing, releasing. It's a vibe thing. Again, as we become more the sovereign, as we truly own this physical body and energy field, you will find that you will call new friends to you and some old friends will fall away. But my bet is it'll feel appropriate. We just have to know it's perfect, right? It's not because we've been bad or did anything wrong or weren't nice enough or didn't try hard enough. We're at a different frequency. We're running a different vibration. And to me, vibrations and frequencies, there's probably a number thing, but they're pretty similar. I use those interchangeable, but If you're hanging out in a low vibe, down in the low, dense emotions of shame and pain and guilt and blame and victimhood and all of that kind of trauma, and you've got friends who are still down there and you've broken through and you're moving up into love and compassion and kindness and caring, well, it's not really beneficial for you to be pulled back down all the time. Now, if they're willing and they want to, they will raise their vibration to join you and be with you. But it's not your sole purpose to drop down, because again, soul path, we are here to hold as much light as we possibly can, and to hold that and help all the people who are ready and who want to raise their vibration and move into a higher vibration with us and hold a higher frequency of love. And even Akash, as I was showing those auric photos, those are frequencies. Those really are frequency patterns that you're seeing in color. If we're really here to do that, it's not beneficial to you and your soul's path and purpose to pull yourself back down. So just so we know that all those beautiful new friends who are matching us vibrationally are going to be showing up for us this year and through the next 10, 20, 30 years. And we love and release with ease and grace all of those friends who are not quite ready to make that shift. And it is just beautiful, perfect, and divine. Good. And so we give great thanks for all of this. And we just release all of the old energy into the void, letting it be recycled for everyone's highest good, for the highest good of all. Releasing the contracts, right? You're freeing up other people's energy. A lot of energy gets stuck in the pain and the trauma and the contracts and all of that. And so letting it go is beneficial for you and for everyone else, right? Knowing that that is a greater truth as we release and let go of and step up to higher vibrational places. So, So I think at this point, I know that many of us, wow, we've been at this for about 2.5 hours. And so we are going to do one more thing, and then we are going to take a 10-minute break to let ourselves have a few minutes of processing, get some water, food, take a bio break. So this is the prayer of forgiveness that the record keepers have given us. And it is really a very powerful tool. And the record keepers have suggested that everybody use it every day, right? Because this covers, forgiving someone who has hurt you. But it's also important to forgive yourself for having hurt other people, because we do. And we may do it unconsciously, or we may do it because we're in a terrible mood. We may just be angry and we say something that we later regret. But we hurt other people, and we actually hurt ourselves a lot. And all of these things we do consciously and unconsciously. And so let's do this together out loud, because it's very, very important and very powerful. So let's just take a nice deep breath and focus on our sacred heart center, fourth chakra heart and high heart. And we ask the divine spirit source, please move me into a state of forgiveness towards anyone or anything that has hurt me consciously or unconsciously from the beginning of time to this present moment. I now forgive them and I release the energy of the past. Divine Spirit Source, please move me into a state of forgiveness towards myself for any hurt that I have caused others consciously or unconsciously, from the beginning of time to this present moment, I now forgive myself and release the energy of the past. Divine Spirit Source, please move me into a state of forgiveness towards myself for any hurt that I have caused myself, consciously or unconsciously, from the beginning of time to this present moment. I now forgive myself and release the energy of the past. I invoke the grace and the power of forgiveness to transform my body, mind, and heart as I return to a state of divine innocence. And so it is. Beautiful. Now just letting yourself take a moment to breathe. Like I say, the record keeper suggests it's a great thing to do daily, or at least for like 33 days in a row. It will help to transform and shift and release a lot of old energy you've been holding unconsciously in your physical body. And just so you know, this prayer is also included in the prayer book, which is called From Questioning to Knowing, 73 Prayers to Transform Your Life. And you can find it on Amazon, From Questioning to Knowing, 73 Prayers to Transform Your Life by Lisa Barnett. So if you want a lot more amazing prayers, you can find that. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, or maybe a few more minutes. I think we'll only be taking one break, so maybe I'll call it 10 minutes so you guys actually can grab something to eat, and then come back, and we are going to do an Akashic reading for 1 or 2 people, and we are going to do a bunch more energetic clearing on physical pain, emotional pain, and trauma. So come back in 10 minutes, and we'll dive back in. All right. Thank you. Bye for now. See you in a few. Okay, so we are back, and we have stuff to do. I know. So much to do. Uh, we'll see. I know, so much to do, so little time. Seriously, it's just kind of, I don't know, my life. Is that your life too? I always feel like that's my life. Um, okay, so I want to teach you a super cool. We did a whole lot of clearing of contracts, so I really want to teach you a super cool um, Akashic technique the record keepers have given us. And it is so we've cleared everybody out of our space, right? We've cleared a lot of contracts. And so, what we actually want to do now is create a conscious connection, heart to heart, with people in our lives. And it doesn't have to just be love, it can be so. Um, we all have tons and tons of unconscious connections, old cords, outdated connections, sometimes with people like, again, that could be that ex that is still courting you, and you don't know why you can't move on, but it's actually because that ex is still connected to you. They got a cord in your back and you can't open your heart, and it's affecting you. So, I mean, these things are interesting. They can be pretty complicated, right? So, if you imagine um, your ex spouse or whatever, you broke up 5 years ago and it broke your heart. And maybe they were not a nice person, and whatever the story was, but here you are, and um, you want to move on, and you feel like, like it's time, that sort of thing. Like, I'm ready for another relationship. That's 5 years ago. And, let's get on with life. But I can't seem to find love. I can't even really feel love. I feel kind of broken. And it's really interesting. So the record keepers will sometimes show me and have me do some uh, we want to clear and release the old contract. We want to work on clearing the emotional pain and trauma that's been stuck and stored, often in the heart, but sometimes other places also. We can go outside of time and space and clear that shock, emotional pain, trauma in that moment. Um, and then we want to remove the cord out of their back, because the cord is keeping their heart chakra shut down. Does that make sense? So it's not one simple reason. It's not just that you didn't meet anybody. It's that there's all this old stuck energy, trauma, their old cord, their old garbage in your field, in your body, in your heart. And hard to call in a new love if your heart is filled with pain and old junk, right? So one of the things we did earlier was we cleared other people out of our space, and then we became the sovereign. This is all part of making these things easier, right? And so I'm going to do this just like a little guided visualization, because it's a really super useful tool. So I assume everybody knows what a cord is, right? So people cord each other all the time. They send their energy in the form like of a cord into our bodies. It could be, and sometimes they cause pain. It might be you might literally experience it almost like a physical pain, pain, pain in the neck, right? Like that person's, it's a pain in the, I mean, I really sometimes see these things. Somebody who's a real pain in the neck would likely energetically hit you, like an energetic hit, call it a whack. And that is part of the pain you are feeling in your body, because energetically they ripped your aura and caused that pain in your body. Um, so we are very complex. And of course, because I've been on this spiritual path for 60 years and very consciously and on purpose for the last 30, I have tons and tons and tons of information that I teach you in my upcoming Akashic Self Mastery workshop that I'm going to talk about on Thursday. So hopefully you'll come and check that out and get more healing, and I'll do some more readings and all of those things. But anyway, so people cord you. It can hurt you physically. It can stick your chakras closed. It can create a bunch of different challenges in your life. And we don't know we're doing it. They don't know they're doing it usually. And then the other thing people are is often like an energy vampire. Maybe they love your energy. And so, literally, unconsciously, they're kind of sucking your energy and bringing it into their field. They're like, oh, I love you so much. I want you. Like, and they're vampiring your energy. And they do it, they think, because they love you, but it's really the high vibe that you have that they want, not. Um, and anyway, so this tool, this amazing Akashic technique, again, helps us connect heart to heart with this golden, infinite. Um, the gold is really kind of the highest cosmic soul energy we can hold, and so gold is appropriate for everyone. Right. So I run a gold infinity symbol heart to heart. I can do that with people I work with. It's not about love, it's about heart connection. So the way I like to do this, like I'll do this with my family. You could imagine this. We'll do this as a little kind of like a little exercise process. And I imagine my husband and my son and my two twins and my nephew and my father and his partner and my brother and his wife, right? So I can do the whole family. My family's not that big. But if I just wanted to say the kids, my son and my twins, so I've got only three people. So you could just imagine, let's just take a moment and imagine you've got a bunch of little chairs kind of sitting in front of you in a semicircle. And whether it's one chair for one partner or one child or one parent, or do whatever you want. Could be parents, could be kids, could be partners, could be best friends, could be. And basically what we're doing, so then put those people in those chairs. And then literally we're just going to imagine that gold infinity symbol, just kind of like we're seeing right there in that picture. And then so we are just imagining gold infinity symbol. So figure eight, right? Gold figure eight. And we want to imagine heart to heart, fourth chakra to fourth chakra. So I want to create a gold infinity symbol, heart to heart with my son. I'll do my two kids. And then you kind of feel it. You just get it running heart to heart. It's the highest, really quantum source energy we can all hold. So high gold, heart to heart. It's not your energy. It's not your love. It's source love. It's universal love. It's just pure divine energy, right? Okay. So I do it heart to heart. And then I like to do it throat to throat, fifth chakra to fifth chakra. So communication level, we can communicate with ease and grace. I can speak my truth. You can speak your truth, right? We communicate with love and kindness and compassion. Whatever you want to kind of, think about it, but that's the idea. And you don't even have to particularly think anything. You could just put that beautiful golden source infinity symbol in there. And then I like to do forehead to forehead, which is really more mental level to mental level, sixth chakra to sixth chakra. And we can see eye to eye. I understand your view of the world and you understand my view of the world. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to say, yes, I agree with you. No, but I can see it. I can understand it. And maybe with time, I'll understand it better. So gold infinity symbol, sixth chakra to sixth chakra. We can line up our visions of the world or our life or what we're doing, what we're working on. And so I would do that with my son. And then I'm going to do it with one of the twins, heart to heart. And it doesn't have to take a long time, like that, throat to throat. And then kind of eye to eye, but it's sixth chakra to sixth chakra, right? And then I go on to the other twin, heart to heart. And they keep running, right? We've set that intention. And then throat to throat, we can communicate with ease and grace, head to head. And it's all perfect. So, um, and it's as simple as that. And then you can sit in that energy and just be the pure love. Just feel all of that universal love, divine love, source love flowing, through you and to them and back and forth and back and forth. And it's just really connecting you in this pure divine sort of way. So, um, and what I also find very often is that a lot of the old chords kind of drop away when we do that. So it's kind of cool because it makes it easier, make noise, easier to let go of old things. Just energetically, those chords go away, especially if there's someone who you are consciously connecting to heart to heart. All of a sudden, oh, all that old garbage doesn't need to be there anymore. And we're kind of in the process clearing that out anyway, with clearing contracts, updating and upgrading contracts, doing some different kinds of things that I teach again in my 2-month Akashic Self-Mastery program. I'll talk about on Thursday. People also get in your head, they get into your telepathics, and that can give you a headache. So doing this kind of thing, again, a lot of these tools are so profound and so helpful. I found that when I started doing this with my family, everybody just got, I don't know, nicer, more kind, more loving, more compassionate. I do it with my husband and my kids, and it would be like all of a sudden these teenagers were just like nicer. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. So, even if you did that once a week, that's a good thing. I had a few of my clients used to say that they would do it with their team at work. So maybe in their meditation in the morning, they might do it while they're at home, and they put team member A, B, and C in front of them and, kind of do that. And then they drive to work. One person said they used to do it sitting in their car at work every day and just feel like they were just lining everything up, especially with work, kind of head to head, throat to throat, communication, seeing eye to eye, understanding each other, plus always heart, because love and compassion and kindness and caring would change the world, right? So it really makes it so much easier to connect with all of the people that we love. And it's just a profound tool to use on a regular basis. So I just want to give you a bunch of these super cool tools that the Akashic Record Keepers have given us. So it really, and I think this is also really beneficial because it helps you to move like out the old childhood energy with parents and feel in present time, right? So we were bringing our contracts into present time by updating them and upgrading them and working with them in the Akashic field. But you can do this every day outside of the records, and it's going to kind of bring you into present time. In this now moment, I am using this divine source energy to create heart to heart with my mother, my children, my spouse, my friends. So it moves us out of old patterns, like whether it's a childhood pattern with your parent or vice versa, you as the parent, the way you treat your children. It helps that too. Feeling deeper love, really, by consciously creating this with your family is amazing. And just feeling that deeper connection with your workmates or your clients or your friends or whoever you see in the world, right? We don't see as many people as we used to in the olden days, which is really true, right? Anyway, so that is creating conscious connection, and is just, I love that little tool. So, just as a little reminder, I want you to remember that when we're doing all this beautiful healing work for ourselves, you are helping to heal humanity. So, one of the reasons I love working in the Akashic Records is because doing this profound quantum healing work is helping us to raise our vibrations, right? To bring us into present time. And this actually helps our friends and family and community because it ripples out just like that very cool um, image, right? Just everything we do actually ripples out, and we start to notice that. And I think we'll start to notice it more because I feel like everything is kind of so kicked up. I mean, I had one of those kind of crazy aha moments just today. um, I have a couple of friends who live in Puerto Vallarta, and there has been a huge um, kind of battle that went on in the city itself. And um, the cartels fighting, I don't know, with the police. I don't, I try not to go too deep down those rabbit holes. But the record keepers have been saying, in order to transform the world, we need to see what's going on and what the big issues are and what these huge programs are and things that have been in place forever that we're oblivious of. And so when I see this happening, it's painful because they're burning cars and buses and buildings and businesses. Um, But what it's doing is it's bringing to light what's happening between the cartels and the police in Mexico and in Puerto Vallarta. And it may not be all of Mexico, but areas of Mexico, right? So as we get more conscious, then maybe there's more conscious things we can do. Exactly the same thing with the crazy things in the United States, with the traumas we've had this week. And as we continue to open our hearts and release the dark energies and see the patterns that we've been holding unconsciously, often a lot of the programs are programmed into humanity as a whole. We can work on these in the Akashic Records, and it's profound. So I really want you to understand and really feel that, how much work we can do, how transformational this work is, right? It is not just, again, like I say, just not another healing tool. There's a million healing tools I love. But this is just, we can access almost everything in the Akashic Records, all of our infinite information and wisdom. And because we're in the quantum field of source, even other healing tools you already have, whether you do EFT or tapping or some other kind of healing modality or theta healing or quantum touch or what, it upgrades and raises the vibration of every other tool you have. You could do Reiki in the Akashic Records and it will superpower the Reiki energy that's flowing through you because it's also flowing consciously through the quantum in a more powerful way. So it is it is profound stuff, really. The Akash is. I know over the years I've had, people say, isn't that just about past lives? What do I care about that? But I'm like, no, I mean, past lives is this much of what it is, Your soul plan is very important, but the programs and the contracts and the karmic patterns and all the information that you put into this life here now, that's what we're working on. When you work on it, like we're doing today, when you work on it, your energy is raising and that's rippling out to your community. So as we update and upgrade our contracts, that's rippling out. Everything around us that we have contracts with also gets an upgrade. Right? And so that's raising your vibration and that's rippling out. So, like I was saying a little earlier, Sometimes friends who don't want to upgrade their vibration may not hang out with you anymore because maybe you don't want to listen to the same old story for the 24th time, right? And that's okay. There's new people in your life who are looking for you, who want to love you and support you and help you build this new earth as you help them build this new earth. So um, everyone is getting a burst of high vibrational energy when they talk to you, right? Just be with you. It's kind of cool the way vibration works, right? As you raise your vibration, that's who you are now. And then holding it can be a little bit of a process, right? That's why I say these tools we did, like grounding the kite, tripod grounding system, rainbow shield, that's something that you would do every day just to supercharge, get grounded, raise your vibration, activate your tripod grounding system, right? Your rainbow shield. That's kind of a daily. And then as we do other things, our vibration continues to raise. So being in the Akashic Records has risen your vibration. Now, it may kind of drop back down as you go home and go on and tomorrow, whatever. And that's, again, to me, the biggest reason to learn to read your own records is that you can be in the records every day if you want, all day if you want, holding this beautiful energy of love and compassion and peace. So I love everything rippling around the world. So I think what I'm going to do right now is I am going to stop sharing slides. I am actually going to hang out with you guys. Hello. I know it's always funny. It's like, oh, and I want to answer questions. So let me, la, la, la. I'm not doing readings yet, so don't raise your hands. Okay. No, but you know what would be super helpful? This is the thing to do. If you have questions about anything we've done today, anything I've said today, if you have a question, not a reading question, a question for me about the Akashic Records, how does this work? I got that. What about this? Type it in the Q&A, please, not in the webinar, because I now have hundreds in the webinar. And so okay, so the Akashic Records, what during an NED, is the Akashic Records what we see during an NED? Oh, that's an interesting question. Interesting. I don't know that I can answer that. I haven't had a near-death experience, and so I have not been there. Right? I think everybody's near-death experiences are different. Again, it's kind of weird, but true. We, yeah, we do what fits us. And that's why, that's why some people go on huge journeys. Some people kind of spend time really in that light. Some people try and decide if they're staying or going back, So, yeah, interesting question. I saw a past life that looked like Egypt or on the pyramids, and I was a slave. Yeah, absolutely. I've been a slave in Egypt, and I've also been a priestess in Egypt. So we really do it all. But I'm going to the siblings contract. So siblings are same as anybody else. We did kind of friends and other people. I didn't say siblings particularly, but if you were thinking siblings, hopefully you did that. Yeah. So I'm not sure what you were waiting for me to address about siblings. I don't. Do my parallel lives affect my current life? That's a good one. We're going to do the pineal gland. Okay, I'm going over to Q&A because I can't read the chat. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so, oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm going to answer live. So why do I feel I was going out of my body when we were healing past contracts? Well, it makes sense in the way that you weren't in that body back then, right? And so it would, yeah. I mean, I could see you kind of having, you know what I'm gonna do? This is a little bit odd. I think I want to move my camera up higher. So, because I'm looking up at the screen now, and then I'm a little bit better looking at you. Okay. Okay. Better. Um, so yes, your soul was probably more in that quantum field, not being in time and space in the body. So that would make sense. Hopefully that's helpful. So, a lot of times, honestly, one of the reasons the record keepers has us do all these things like grounding, really grounding the kite. That's the soul. Come in, soul. I want you to be in my body so my body feels safe. And then we do the tripod grounding system where we do roots. And then we and then we do our rainbow shield. So our body is safe, we are protected, we are here. And even though there's even more greater soul, all of those past lives are aspects of your soul. So I have 1,000 aspects of my soul from being on the planet 1,000 times. Okay. So it would be kind of normal that you might feel like I was kind of out of my body tripping around because you were. So hopefully that's okay. But when your body feels safe and because you've grounded it and you've protected it, then you can do that. But we don't do that if our body is like, where are you going? You've left me, and then it's hard to access your Akashic records. That's why I do those tools before we do this. All that is important work leading up to diving deeper into the Akash, owning your space. Anyway, okay. I want to. I know. This is what I'm going to do. I just want to set a timer for myself. I am going to answer questions for 20 minutes. And then there are over 50 questions in here. And Thursday, I'm doing another Q&A. And on Saturday, I will do another Q&A for all those people who can't be here during the week, because I always feel terrible if you can't make it during the week. And so I really am here to help everybody kind of learn and grow and understand and do this healing and get some readings and learn about accessing your records for yourself. So, okay, so I've set the timer. Why do I find it easier to read the records for others than for myself? We have a lot more judgments about ourselves. Honestly, that's what I find. It's easier to be non-judgmental about someone else. So anyway, practice, practice, practice. Keep practicing on yourself. Will the past meditations done help if done after the live session in the replay, since Lisa was connected and there is the group energy? Yeah, so everything I'm doing and recording in this now moment is always in this now moment. So when you go back and you watch it, just feel into it. Open your heart, do those re-recordings. It will work. The energy is always there. The Akashic record keepers, your Akashic record keepers are there with you. Call them in. Hey guys, I wanna do this column of light. I want to do my rainbow shield. I want to, do this infinite connection technique you gave Lisa. So, bring them in with you. The energy is there. So that's always beautiful. So, Sarah, Great question. So, do the Akashic records show us possible futures or only things from our past? Um, it can absolutely show you possible futures. And the tricky thing with the future is it's all malleable. Well, and the good thing about the quantum field is it's all malleable. And it's because it's malleable that we can change the past and we can change the future. So here's the thing that I find, and the reason that I don't do future kind of futuristic readings for people. I do sometimes. Sometimes the record keepers are really clear that something should happen, that something will be happening in the next 3 to 6 months. If that person doesn't change it, and that person may change it unconsciously as well as consciously. So I have seen clients who wanted a relationship, and I said, it looks like there's one coming in, say, 3 to 6 months. And they freak out and go into doubt and stop leaving their house, and relationship doesn't show up. Well, what did you change? Did you decide you really didn't want that relationship, or you were afraid that you'd have that, relationship? And so we're actually changing the future for ourselves. And that's important to realize that we can do, right? So that's why I don't. That's why I don't do it, honestly. Especially, crazy thing, if it's good stuff, we almost go into more fear and trauma, and we go into waiting and constriction mode. I'm waiting so hard, I'm constricting myself, and so it never happens. Right? I go from being la la la, life is good, everything's moving along, to like, oh my God, they're coming, and then and now I'm scared, and they don't come. Right? Does that make sense? We're energetic beings. We're calling whatever we're thinking, believing, and feeling to ourselves. So if I'm calling fear to myself, that's what I'm experiencing. If I'm calling doubt to myself, that's what I'm experiencing. And so one of the reasons that things don't happen like we think they're going to happen, or like we're intending, and it's actually something that one of the big questions, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it'll be in these couple hundred questions. What if I'm not clairvoyant? Can I read my own records? Or what if I don't have my clairs? Can I read my own records? That fear will stop you from reading your records. Okay. So students who come, and their biggest fear and their biggest concern and thought and worry and question is, what if I can't? What if I can't? What if I can't? And basically the universe hears, you can't. And guess what? They can't. Right? But that is the way we think, the way we allow ourselves to go into linear logical pain and stress. I actually have all sorts of tools to help with all of that I teach in a 2-month program. It's a 2-month program because it's not as easy as people who want to teach it in a day would say. Not that I haven't taught it in a day, but when we go into contraction, we are changing the future. So I have... that's an interesting thing. Yeah, you can, Linda. You can meet your future self. What I have found really beneficial is meeting my past selves, like places where I was like for my work, where I've been an oracle, where I've been a teacher in ancient mystery schools, where I've been a priestess in ancient Egypt, where I've been in the temples in ancient Persia. Seeing those me, and literally energetically, again, you're in the quantum void, you're in this field of all things. I can merge that aspect of me in this body now and feel and reclaim some of those gifts. I haven't personally had the I know everything I knew. But it's like, oh my God, I see, feel, know me as that. And so I can go do that. I am that. I know I'm that. Right. So what I found really profound is meeting past selves that are on this particular kind of soul purpose path. Yeah, I heard that the Akashic records can be open every 2 months only, but you say daily. Yeah, there was a lot of weird rules in the olden days. So when I started studying as a psychic and an energy healer, whatever, 35 years ago, 40 years ago, my healer teacher said to me, said to us, said to all the students, after you do a healing for your client, you've cleared old stuck, yucky energy, you've made space, it's important that you go up to their Akashic records, up to the gate, because you cannot go in, and ask for their record keepers through the fence to fill your client up with their highest energy. And I would see it coming down. It was lovely. I'd be like, thank you. Off I go. So when the record keeper started talking to me, I had no idea who it was because I was told you can't talk to them. You can't go in there. And literally they yelled at me for 5 years. And I say yelled because it came across very loud to me energetically, but big, huge, expansive information. And I'd be like, wow, but I didn't know who it was because why would I think it was the Akashic records? Because my teacher taught me you cannot go in. So basically, there's a lot of old information that is no longer true, right? So to me, the record keepers are like, access it every day. We're here for you. Open your records, move into the high vibration, do your work, ask us for support. We're here for you. I've written 4 books. I've channeled 4 books from them and more and more. I mean, they talk to me all the time. So it's a beautiful thing. What if you have a soul contract you don't want, but it's tied into another person's too, like a family member, so you can't totally be done with it? Really all you can do is update and upgrade your contract, your side of the contract for your highest and best good. And, if you learn to read the records and you can ask your record keepers more about it and maybe where did it start? Is it part of a karmic pattern? Can we go back into past lives and clear that karma? Can we heal something from another time that will make this contract updatable, right? So again, I use the Akashic records to move outside of time and space to do a lot of healing of patterns that continue through lifetimes. Karmic patterns follow one lifetime after another, not always directly, but it is. So in the records, you can go back and heal that, reclaim the gifts and talents from that life and bring them into this life. So that is one of the hugest gifts you can get in the Akashic records, is reclaiming past life gifts and talents and purposes, right? That's part of your purpose. So you can update them, but they may not be able to end them. So they can be tricky because, again, like I say, I think a lot of them probably have to do with old karmic patterns and stuff you're working on learning. So, yeah. I mean, they're not saying they're going to make life perfect or totally easy, but at least you understand it, which makes it to me, that makes it easier. Can my higher self block my spiritual gifts and communication with the Akashic records? Oh, I have never experienced that, Mira. Your higher self is your higher self. Your higher self, well, higher selves can be a little funny. I will say that. It's kind of like one of the things I notice with some students as they're learning to read the records, it's more their ego personality, not really quite their higher self, but kind of a higher personality version that doesn't want to give up control. And so it might be that doesn't want you to access the records, because that kind of more personality, egoic control doesn't want you to go to higher, better, clearer, non-judgmental information. So that's the answer I'm hearing to give you. So hopefully that helps. Let's see. Will the Thursday group help us to read for ourselves? So, Prem, I will talk about the 2-month workshop I am offering in March and April. I do not teach people to read the records in 2 hours. You know, it's kind of devaluing this ancient, profound wisdom. And I mean, if you've been hanging around for the last few hours, you can see how much information there is just to share without even touching on the 5-step galactic prayer system. So I will answer more questions. I will do some readings. I will tell you about the program, but I'm not going to teach you how. Do you actually hear the keepers, or just the language is just feeling? You know, we're all unique. Emina, I get information clairaudiently, clairvoyantly, claircognizantly, clairsentiently. Most of us access all of our clairs. So so it's not an either or. Sometimes it's very clearly like I hear that in my head, and it feels different than me. It's not a loud booming voice. It's still in my head, but I'm hearing them say blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, I get it's got a different energy than me. And sometimes it's more subtle, and sometimes it's claircognizance, just like, oh, I know this whole story. So again, we are very unique in the way we receive information. So please describe the cord clearing process. I did not do a specific cord clearing process. The way the record keepers have us clear cords is to upgrade and update the contracts and clear the cords in the records when we're doing the contracts. And then when we do the conscious connection, the infinite connection, that is putting in new divine energy infinity symbol. And I find that if there's any old contracts cords from that person you're doing that with, they just kind of drop away because you put in a newer, higher frequency connection. So their decording process is upgrading the contract in the Akashic records. So hopefully that's helpful. The Akashic remove physical ailments caused in this lifetime. So, you know, not directly, but what I do see a lot is that our physical ailments are caused by emotional pain and trauma, and it shows up in the body as physical pain and disease. So we go back more to the root cause of the trauma, the emotional pain, and we clear it there. So, you know, it may take more than one try. It may take a bunch of things. There may be past lives, and then we have ancestral lineage. One of the things I find that's so amazing with the record keepers is that in the Akashic records, because there's so much information, one question will often give you 5 or 6 or 7 answers, or layers of answers. So as an example, if I'm talking about, I have an abundance block. Some client comes to me and they say, you know, I can just never make enough money. I can never quite get past just surviving. And so we ask the record keepers, where is this block? Well, that block is in their childhood, because their childhood, their parents were particularly religious, and they felt that money was the root of all evil. And they had some ancestral curses way back in the ancestral lineage. And in the ancestry, there were these other kind of beliefs about money. And there's past life traumas where you've starved to death, where you've been whatever killed for being rich. And then there's, 5 other lifetimes where you had trauma around money that you said, I'm never going to be rich again because it gets me killed. And so we have a lot of those traumas. And then, right, there's other this life things and stories and something somebody told you when you were a kid or your boss said to you. Right. So then there's like 10 things to work on. So, yeah, so it's complicated, but it's doable, right? And again, this is why I want everybody to be able to read their own records, because if you came to me and I said, well, there's like 9 things to work on, I can probably work through maybe half of them today and half of them in a second session. And then you'd be like, yeah, but I don't have $1,000 to pay you to do 2 sessions. And I'd be like, I get it. I didn't learn to read your own records. And that will be much more beneficial. You have a tool to read your own records every single day for the rest of your life, right? So anyway, so we have so much information in the Akash. Yeah, you wouldn't, Anna, you wouldn't do the infinity symbol with departed people. I would just talk to them. They're just on the other side. They know you love them. Just tell them you love them, right? It's kind of a different thing. We're trapped in these little human bodies. Once somebody's free of a human body, they know a lot more. They may not know everything because they're still kind of on a human path, but I would just talk to them whether they answer or not. And you could just imagine them and sending a gold infinity symbol to them just as a gesture of, I love you and I'm loving you. That would be fine. But it's their record keepers are saying, it's not really necessary because just tell them, just talk to them. So Jessica, there's nothing in particular you're supposed to feel, which is, again, maybe you're trying too hard to feel the right thing or whatever that is. To me, often when I open the records, I feel more peaceful. I just feel more love. I feel more calm. I feel more expansive. When I ask my clients, when I open the records for them, and I do the same thing, kind of the column of light, and I bring them into the Akashic records with me before I do their reading, and I say, what are you noticing? 90% of the time they'll be like, oh, love, like I feel like I'm wrapped in a baby blanket, or I'm wrapped in love, and or peace, or I just feel good, So that's what I would say. It's not some blow you out of the freaking water thing. It's just, that's what a higher vibration feels like, is it just feels like peace or love, or, all the higher vibrations, love, peace, joy, those are all 500, 600, 700 frequency. So that's often what we're noticing. Some people will feel energy tingling in their body. Oh, thank you, Alistair. One of my students says I'm in career mastery with Lisa, and it's been the best decision of my life. Thank you. Yeah, he's becoming a certified Akashic consultant. And so that's exciting. Yeah, so again, Anita, ask your record keepers to give you a sign. Sometimes we'll like see a sign like a heart, or maybe we feel warmth in our chest, or maybe you get a tingling in your crown chakra, or you might feel buzzy all over in your chest. I mean, it could be anything. Some people's legs get really hot. Some people get cold. We are unique. So, How do I need if it's really for, oh, how do I know if it's really for me? Well, we're going to do one more round. I'm going to bring you guys all back into the records. I'm going to do a reading now, and then we're going to do a couple more things, and then oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and then again, well, then we have Thursday, and then we have Saturday. So you're welcome to come back for all of them. They're all free. You'll be getting an email hopefully tonight. And if you haven't, it's really just important to whitelist support at Akashic Knowing. Hey, Mike, my dear technical support, do you have that little link from an email we sent out that kind of said how to whitelist it, you know, how to look up some information about that? Can you pop some of that in the chat for everybody, Mike? You know, one of the biggest challenges I'm noticing is that so many people just don't get the emails, and there's a million emails going out. I apologize to those who get them all, but so many people don't. And, you know, Gmail's terrible. Outlook can be really annoying. Yahoo can be also put things, you know, in different folder. I mean, anyway, so it's challenging. So if you whitelist it in your email provider, you know, that I want to get emails from support@akashicknowing.com, that's where all these emails are coming from, then you'll get the replay emails, and you'll get the reminders to come on Thursday and on Saturday. So yeah, so it behooves you to do that, and hopefully, yeah. So I'm going to, there was one more question. Oh, I just wanted to respond to Pauline, Abundance Crystal Essentials. Lovely. She said, I have mediums who approach me asking if I'm working on the Akashic Records because they see me connected, but I don't feel anything. What is up with that? I have abilities, but I'm very blocked. Yeah. Well, kind of like I was just talking about, we get blocked because of our head, you know, because we have doubt and we have fear. In my Akashic Self Mastery 2-month program, I do 2 months because I teach 6 weeks of course 1. Literally, I teach you 12 hours of tools and information and the 5-step wisdom prayer system and all this stuff, 12 hours of it. Thank you, Mike. He just popped it in. Oh, can you, oh, I guess, never mind. I'm assuming you just popped that in. Yeah, so usually when you're connected, people get it. It's part of the experience. And again, the reason that I do a 2-month program and not a 8-hour or 2-day program usually is because I want you to have the 12 hours. So we do 2 hours twice a week, and then we do a 2-hour healing session where, again, integration, more answering questions, more assisting with challenges, more group healing specifically on what's coming up in the program, right? So if in my program I have 50 people, not 500, a little easier to get to your question, right? So so we definitely do a little bit more. You know, I try and do a lot more one-on-one in class with we have 5 healing calls and 12 teaching sessions. So again, I'm going to go over all of that in detail on Thursday. So please do come. Yes, it is important to say goodbye to the record keepers and close your records. Yes. And we will do that at the end. I kind of let you keep your records open. Part of what happens is for most of us, when we change our focus, like if you walked away and got in your car, your records would immediately close because you're actually coming back in your body and lowering your vibration. So you're actually naturally closing your records. I use a closing prayer, which I teach all of my students that the record keepers gave me, and we'll do that at the end of the day. But I want you guys to be able to hang in the vibe for 4 hours or 3 hours just to kind of let it work with you and on you. And we're going to do some more stuff. So, Mike, did you put that into the whole group? You need, hold on. Let me stop talking and focus. Yeah, just, oh, yeah, you need to definitely put it in for everyone. Did I see that? Oh, here. Um, this is whitelist. Okay. And hang in there 1 second with me. I've got another thing. I am now, since I'm not full screen, I can, and I will find it really quick. Here it is. And, oh, you know how it is when you're like online trying to do something quickly and you can't because you're online trying to do something quickly? I'm like, why can I not just copy that line? That's crazy. Thank you. All right. I know. Okay. Uh, yes. Okay. So to ensure you receive our emails, we recommend you whitelist support at akashicknowing.com. You can find helpful tips there on how to whitelist stuff. Thank you, Marilyn. I know. I love that. Thank you. I know. I'm always a little bit like, I'm probably this really weird human. Thank God people put up with me. All right. Okay. Back to business. Oh, so this is what I'm going to do. Um, I want everybody to sit back and just take a breath, okay? Oh, I'm just going to ask the record keepers to, yeah, just really realign all of us in the Akashic field. Just taking a minute and a few deep breaths. Okay, now, all right, great. Barbara, you, my dear, are it. So I'm like, okay. So stop moving. Oh, I don't know what happened to Barbara. Barbara raised her hand and then she disappeared. So I guess she said yes and then said no. All right, so you can stop. I've got stop. Right, 56 people, 65 people. So top of the list is Carissa. So see, I can't do this other because we're in webinar. I'm going to let you unmute yourself, Carissa. I won't be able to really see you, but sorry about that. But two
Hi,
things.
Lisa.
Hi, Carissa. How are you?
Oh, I'm so, so grateful to connect and for this opportunity. And thank you so much for what you've already shared today. I had a really
Oh,
profound energetic experience when we were in the records, and I'm really grateful for that.
oh, lovely. Yay. So do me a favor. Is what's on your name, is that your legal name, Carissa Brockman? Is that
Yes, it
good?
is. Yep.
Okay, perfect. That's all I need. And I'm just gonna ask. So I'm going to just take a minute. I'm going to ask everybody to stop hitting raise hand so that it doesn't keep popping up in my face because that's, annoying. So thank you. And let me close everything else so I just only get to see your little tiny face, but in our big galactic library, huh? So, all right, I'm just going to take a few minutes and I'm going to open your specific Akashic records. And so, okay,
Okay.
your records are open. So, what question do you have?
Oh, I'm in a waiting period right now, and it was interesting for us to go through some of the releasing of the contracts because I've submitted a book that is my journey through abuse. Um, and it's with my agent and with publishers, and it's taking a very long time to hear back. And I keep getting cards and messages saying that I kind of got to let things die or let things end before new things can come in. And when we were in the records, I was thinking, is there a way to energetically release and cancel and clear that really painful contract and still, do the work that has come from the wisdom of walking through it? And I think yeah, really desiring some guidance and clarity because it's mixed together, I think.
Yeah. So, there's a couple of different things that they're showing me. So, let me just do a little kind of double. Sorry, Carissa.
Mm.
I'm going to get to the answer, but I also want to kind of explain what I'm doing for people who are like, what's going on? Um, so, so what I just did is it takes me about 2 minutes to use the 5-step wisdom prayer system to open someone's records. And I used only the legal name. So that was just very simple. I did that quietly. And then I feel, again, don't feel, notice anything too much, but kind of, get what I got right off, Carissa, was a really beautiful image of you more as a big angelic being. So, not embodied, obviously. Many of us are um, angelic humans from the 14th dimension.
Mm.
And they're saying you are that. And one of the reasons that you are part of this huge contract around abuse, um, is because you are that, because you are this huge conscious angelic human from the 14th dimension. So the bigger story around that is that um, when we were in the 14th dimension, there was a earthly place. And what we did over, again, our words are weird because, over time, but energetically, probably over billions of years time, we lowered the vibration. We went from 14th dimension to the third dimension. Okay. So there was a Tara, a Tiamat, a Gaia. Now we're in Earth. There's a bunch of names in there that I don't remember, or I never knew, or I never, whatever. So there's a bunch of versions of Earth. And part of this is if you imagine you're an angel and you're this big, huge angelic being and you're just lollygagging along, going like, I'm kind of bored. Let's do something more interesting. Let's create something different. And we lowered the vibration and we created more patterns. It's kind of like, sometimes people talk about, this is a matrix. In a sense, it is because we are creator beings and we have created, the earth is to me real, but we have been part and parcel of the creation of this present earth round. And though none of us remember it, and a few of us might have some weird inkling to being sixth dimension or eighth dimension or 10th dimensional beings.
Mm.
And it's almost like we made it kind of worse and worse and worse to learn and learn and learn and learn and learn new stuff. And so we have a huge pattern on our planet, which has to do with abuse. Horrific patterns, obviously, around sexual abuse of children and enslavement and whatever's been going on with Jeffrey Epstein and just the insanity in our world right now. But you came to end it in your family lineage and help other people see it and understand it, so they can heal from it. Right? Like you have, or you are, but I'm still seeing some of the pain and the hooks that are stuck in there. And so the way I hear it is that the writing kind of in the waiting, it's like putting salt in a wound is the way they're saying it to me. It's
It
like,
feels a little bit like that, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So the waiting is really aggravating this old wound that you've done a good job kind of healing and scabbing and almost gone, and now sort of rubbing salt in it and like reactivating it. So, um, so that feels like a big piece. I do get that there was a couple contracts that you cleared out today that were kind of that old stuck energy.
I really felt that when we were in there, and that's what I was really grateful for.
Yeah, so that's beautiful. So let me work on the clearing out the salt
Okay.
and unhook those because they to me they almost look like if you had a fishing hook and line and it was like hooked into your back, which obviously doesn't look very good.
Mhm.
Um, but it's holding you back. And there's definitely two of them, two strong ones. Um, so let me just clear those out, and because that's very useful in
Mm.
what they say. So we clean, took, remove the hooks, remove the anchors, cords, whatever we want to call them. Those often to me are kind of those things that look kind of like, things I want to unchain because those are the
Mhm.
things that keep us bound down. Um, so those are gone. They are cleaning out the wounds and healing those again. I want to get those like really healed. And then they were also saying that I'm feeling like give it to June. I don't even know what month that is. Okay, so March, April, May, June. That's like 4 months. So they were
Okay.
kind of saying 3 to 6 months. So, but then they said June. So, like
Mhm.
4 months. There's some um, things haven't moved forward as fast as we had hoped, and yet now after this last week and the solar eclipse and the fire horses
Mm.
trampling through the sky. I had the most crazy experience of like stampeding horses and thunder and lightning and pouring, blowing rain here in California, which is just not a thing that happens here in California. I mean,
Wow.
rain, yeah, but not lightning and thunder. Um, but things are moving forward and they're moving forward in crazy ways. And that's like what I'm seeing, like with Puerto Vallarta and what's going on down there. And finally, the whole crazy Jeffrey Epstein files finally came, finally, so it's
Mhm.
moving again, is the point. So um,
Yeah.
I feel that. So, any follow up quick question about that, or how's that feel?
I'm so very grateful for that. And I guess in the waiting, I'm curious if there's guidance on how to, best direct my energy because I still believe that waiting has purpose to it because it brings stuff up. And
Yep.
how
Yep.
can I do that with a little more grace? Or what is the kind of goal for the waiting, I guess?
Um, what they're saying is it's for you, it's very much about the higher embodiment. So,
Mm.
of this really angelic being that you truly are and that you've truly come to hold and share. And so that may be through, you know, more yoga, more meditation, more taking the Akashic record class. I don't know,
Mhm.
other healing tool. But it feels like it's just diving and staying on your spiritual path and just with no judgment and no um, mission, no um, yeah, kind of weirdly for the joy of it more than for the rightness of doing it. I don't know. That makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that because yeah, rather than the duty.
Yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like have fun. It's almost like I see you going to a yoga retreat or something, for a week in the desert or at the beach or in the mountain, whatever, kind of some joyful things like that that help you just keep moving energy and not focusing on that one thing. Because the more we focus, the more we constrict,
Mhm.
the slower it is to come.
Right. Yes.
So go back and do those, grounding the kite. Try by grounding system, rainbow shield. You can clip that out, or I don't know if you actually can, but just learn them. They're not hard, and just practice them every day because they're keeping your field clear.
Amazing. Thank you. I am a yoga teacher and I work in the Akashic records. Everything you're saying is very much part of my medicine.
Oh,
So I'll
beautiful,
continue.
beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, it sounds like you need to go on a yoga retreat.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? Just be taken care of, right? So for you,
Yeah.
again, these things like having an Akashic record reading or,
Yeah.
they're important things, right? So anyway, so
Love
beautiful.
it.
Thank you. I
Thank you so
appreciate
much,
you.
Lisa. I'm so
Of
grateful.
course, my pleasure. Okay, bye. Okay. Let's see. Oh, funny. All right. Um, So, Fran, I'm being called to unmute you and call on you. I guess you get a reading.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I had a feeling I was going to get a reading. My heart is beating fast. My whole body is sort of activated. That's why hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm excited. I'm so excited. This has been amazing.
Oh, good, good, good. I love that.
It's
Yay.
it's pretty new to me. I've known about the Akashic Records, but I've never like been to an experiential thing about them. So I'm excited.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. So, is that your legal name or is it longer?
It's longer. It's Frances Belvin.
Okay, just Francis. Okay,
Yeah.
easy. All right, so I'm going to take a few minutes to open Francis's records. I do that again, just like I did with you, using my Galactic prayer system. I have my prayer actually written out on a card. It's a little different when you do it for yourself or for a client than I did it with you in the column of light was using the galactic, one of the galactic prayers, using my galactic prayer system to bring us all together. Now I'm just going to go into Frances's records, and then I can talk to her record keeper. She can ask me a question, and I can get the answers from the record keepers. I'm sorry, I'm like, okay, okay. So, so I'm just going to be quiet for a minute while I open your records, Fran. And I do close and lock Carissa's records too, because we want to close and let her record keepers go away well before I open Fran. So I'm just kind of giving you guys little blow by blow details just to see if that helps a little bit. Okay. Okay, your records are open, Fran. So what do you want to ask?
Well, I'm feeling a huge spiritual awakening right now in the last month or so, especially the last couple of weeks. And I've been in a relationship for 30 years. I'm the 30-year married. We no longer have anything in common. He's an engineer. He's an engineer. I'm a mystic. What can you do? Um, but he's in the next room, so I'm talking quietly. Um, so there's that. Am I at a place where is that contract finished is partly a question. Partly the question is I'm an artist and a spiritual seeker healer person, and I sort of feeling like they're both saying choose me, choose me. And so some guidance about that would be helpful too.
Okay. Oh, well, that's an easy answer. Can you whisper your husband's name just so I can connect?
Richard King.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Because I like to ask specifically. That's, the great gift of being in someone's records. I can say, does Fran still have a soul contract with Richard King? And they say no.
Hmm. Wow.
Yeah, and they're complicated again because, the record keepers are not human. And we're living here in a human world and we have houses and money and all of the above, right?
Yeah.
Um, and so I want to ask them the record keepers, a couple of other questions, right? Because we can ask a bunch of questions to get a bigger, fuller answer. And you can about that if you want to, um, uh, if there's any that are coming up for you also. But I just want to, So this is kind of a weird question, but are you guys like basically happy friends?
Yeah, usually happy. He has a lot of fear. There's a lot that comes up. He's reactive, so I
Mm.
work around his reactivity a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, because the way I get it, of course, it's always a big deal. So like, well, that contract's done, but then they're like, but you have a bunch of different lifetimes. They're saying he's part of your original soul family. So part of the hope in this life, again, is souls. We write a whole complex plan and then we have amnesia and nobody knows it, right? And so part of your original contract was, to be here and kind of support each other at this cool time in history. Um, Even the energy. God, I can't even say it. That's so funny. He's an engineer, right?
Right.
He's in the engineering. Um, Even the engineering feels like, again, timing is weird because it's divine timing and it hasn't moved nearly as fast as we expected it to, right? We really, I think, expected ourselves to be here back in 2012 or 2020, even. Honestly, I'm like, seriously? Um, so even the engineering aspect feels like there was a in maybe like an inventor aspect that his soul had wanted to use, create some thing that would be useful. Um, but when we get stuck in fear and can't get out of it and don't believe in whatever the woo woo world to get out of it, then, we've really kind of double bound ourselves. Anyway. Um, so again, it feels like, and a lot of people I have, a lot of old married couples continue to, share a house, but kind of live their own lives in different ways. Um, So they just wanted to say that because it does feel like soul family. And if there's any way you guys could, I don't know, help him to raise his vibration and move out of fear, that would be great. Um,
That'd be wonderful.
yeah. And have you tried kind of bringing him with you to any kind of spiritual stuff? Spiritual travel feels like that might be a helpful
Hmm.
way.
I could try that. No, I haven't tried that. He's just so immediately closed to anything spiritual.
Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't have one of the great things to me is like, like I'll take my family to standing stones and I go around and I hug every stone because they're vibration, right? They're crystal. They hold codes and vibrations that you pick up when you hug them. But you'll get them even if you're just standing there being a tourist. So
Uh-huh.
it, yeah, it's good. So anyway, um, but
Okay.
so it was kind of art versus spiritual. What was the other part of the question?
Yeah, I'm engaged, deeply engaged in both, and I feel like part of me is trying to choose what to focus on. I'm
Mm,
70, so I don't have all the time in the world left, but
sure you do.
I mean, I know
I'm
I could do
72.
both. Oh, okay. I'm hoping for 20 years at least. But
I think we
I mean,
we will.
I
Yeah.
guess the answer is both, and don't worry
Yeah.
about it. Is that the answer?
Absolutely. Well, and actually, the thing that was very, the image or that I got right away was really the merging, the blending of them,
Mm-hmm.
and so
Yeah.
that is very important. It's like putting the spiritual energy into the art, and bringing the art into the spirituality, and you're going to make some really cool stuff.
Okay, I'm ready for that.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Yay. Okay, so we're just going to thank the record keepers and close and lock your records for now. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So,
My pleasure. Absolutely. Okay. Um, so let me take a minute. What I what I'm hearing I know I could kind of just sit around and do 10 more readings, but the other 500 people would just be sitting here. So I'm going to do some group clearing because that is what I get is most beneficial for the group. And so, uh, all I need is a brain. That would be so useful. Uh, 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 okay. Okay, I did the readings. Cute picture, isn't it? I like that reading, that picture. Those are my colors, the bluey, greeny, watery stuff. We did, nope, breaks. Nope, we're not doing another break. We are going to grab a pen and paper, and then we're going to do a bunch more group healing. Okay, so I just want you to have a pen and paper because we're going to take a few minutes. So this is what we're going to do is I just I want to see what I want to talk about. So what we're just going to do is um, we're actually going to do our column of light again just to reactivate it. I feel like we've really been intensely hanging in the records for 4 hours, so you guys should be either feeling really high or tired. Too. I never know. Everyone's a little different. So hopefully you're all feeling good and you can see stuff, but okay. So just we're going to start just by doing a little quick grounding. I'm just going to kind of guide you through all of that and right into the column of light as we come back really present. You know, a lot of times when we're in this Akashic energy, kind of like someone was saying earlier, they felt like they were out of their body. It's not uncommon to have those kinds of experiences. And I want to get everybody grounded and present again so you can kind of really hear what we're saying and what we're doing and feel possibly. And yeah, so quite a bit. Oh, let's just start with a beautiful, nice deep breath. Mm. We're going to just activate that kite, that aspect of our bigger soul. We are going to just imagine that beautiful big soul really activating down into the physical body. We can do these things really quickly. We can make these tools very kind of easy and useful in a way. So just feeling that energy coming back down, grounding into the body, all the way down into your hips. Feeling your soul energy lighting up every cell in the body. Mm. And then we just want to activate our tripod grounding system as the soul is really all the way down into our feet. Imagine we're growing roots from our feet, deep, deep, deep down into Gaia, down into Mother Earth. And then imagine like a tail, like a tiger's tail from the base of your spine or a monkey's tail, some kind of tail. That's like an animal's tail would go from the base of your spine. That's the back of your root chakra, first chakra. Big, wide, energetic tail going all the way down again into the earth, really deep. I like to imagine my tail wrapping around the crystalline core of Gaia, Mother Earth, to help keep your soul anchored in the body. And then we are just with a couple of lovely breaths, picturing that golden body that we created earlier. Just see your physical body already solidly gold with that highest divine golden energy. And then your whole auric field is beautiful golden energy again, like we poured that in earlier. We poured it into the aura. We're just reactivating it because it's still there. So just feeling that beautiful golden divine light of the quantum field, of source, of the Akash, of your soul, lighting up your body and aura. Then we're going to activate our rainbow shield, just a red layer on top of the gold, and then an orange layer on top of that, a yellow layer on top of that. Then there's a green layer, blue layer, then an indigo layer and a violet layer on the top. And we really activate the protection by stating that no one and nothing may enter my physical body, my energy field, and my auric field without my permission and my consent. And nothing may be taken, removed, or depleted from my physical body, energy field, or auric field without my permission and my consent. And so it is. Blessed be. And what that really does, I mean, that keeps the energy vampires out. It keeps anybody from sucking your energy or draining you in any way or merging in or blending in with you. And that's useful. That is what helps you to remain the sovereign of your body and energy field. So hopefully that makes sense. And we are going to reactivate the column of light using this galactic access key to bring us through the portal into the Akashic records. And we're going to create this beautiful, strong, powerful, aligned space to receive the Akashic record keepers healing. And so closing your eyes if you can and breathing into your beautiful sacred heart center, we ask the divine lords of unconditional love to help us center fully in this moment as we create this sacred space. Please wrap us in your love and protection and allow us to travel to the highest realms of the Akasha available to us today. Please help us. We lay our multidimensional hearts open to divine love and release all resistance. Lords of the Akashic record, please guide us to the deepest truths we can access now. Support us in healing and releasing that which no longer serves on our true path. And we give great thanks for your divine love on this journey today. Just keeping your eyes closed and taking a few slow, deep breaths. Just notice what you notice. It may be just a little more peaceful, maybe a little more expansive, or a little more love. It isn't a loud thing, usually. Unlike the beautiful, sparkly energy, you just might feel that in some way or another that you're seeing in the image on the screen. Mm. It's so funny. I'm not quite sure when I do that changes the thing. Whatever. Okay. So we're going to actually take a few minutes and we're going to ask our record keepers, right? So you're in the records. You've been in the records with me for really the last 2 or so hours. We didn't close them in between the readings and the breaks or anything else. And so we'll just take a minute. I'm not teaching you how to access your Akashic records. You haven't actually opened your own records. It's a little more generic. I want to kind of preface it that way because I want you to understand that this experience will be different than when you learn the Galactic Access system, right? The 5-step prayer system. Then you're doing 5 steps, 5 prayers, opening yourself. This, I brought you in with me. And I want you to just take a few moments as you say hello to your record keepers. So I just want to give you a little time to communicate with them. I'll be quiet for about 5 minutes and you can ask 1 or 2 of these questions that are on the screen, or you can ask your own question if you have something else that's showing up you want to ask. I highly recommend asking a simple question, not something that would be like, should I get divorced or should I sell my house or should I move to another country? It's too easy at this stage for your personality or ego to pop in with some answer. Okay? You're not really in your own personal Akashic records, if that makes sense. So, but I want you to have this kind of feeling, say hello to the record keepers. Let's do 4 just slow, deep breaths together. I like to do like a count of 4 in and a count of 6 or 8 out. And that really stills kind of the energy in the body and quiets the mind. So with your feet on the ground, you can do it with your eyes closed if you can. And we'll just breathe in, 2, 3, 4, out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and in, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One last time. In, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And without getting into your head, just look at the screen. Here's your chance to ask about a soul contract with your siblings or an intimate relationship or family member. Do you have a soul contract with them? Is it a support contract or a karmic contract? Is this person from my original soul family? Maybe what else can I know about this relationship? So you could ask a couple of those or something else. And I'm going to be quiet for 5 minutes while you get to do that. Okay, have fun. Okay. So let's finish up with whatever you're writing, feeling, noticing. Um, I would love to hear if anyone got some interesting information for themselves. Kind of one of my pro tips is that um, it's often easiest to receive information when you just write stuff down and let it flow instead of waiting to hear, because waiting becomes a constriction. And writing, like I often will write a question out, like, do I have a soul contract with my best friend? And then I'll be hearing kind of somewhere in my head, yes, you do, okay, what's it about? Right. And then I write out. So the writing lets you get out of the linear, I'm waiting, I'm going to get the right answer, I better make this good, kind of energy, which obviously is blocking. So, yeah, hopefully you guys got a little bit of information. I would say, I uh, I was trying to get back to the Q&A, but that's okay. I'm like, I don't know how to clear that out or do anything else with it. So never mind. That's crazy. But okay. Um, I wanted to do some group healing. And I know we're already after time. My heavens, some of you have been here for going on 5 hours, just like me. And so I'm going to do a little um, do some healing, and I think we're going to do. I'm going to do childhood trauma because honestly, I don't know anybody who doesn't have some version of childhood trauma. And then someone was asking, what is a karmic contract? And what that means is I make a contract with somebody to work on a karmic pattern. So maybe I'm working on addiction patterns or something like that. So I make a contract with my mother who has addiction patterns, and I have addiction patterns. So we come in together, say as mother and daughter, to work on our addiction patterns. So maybe you've got, it could be an alcohol or a drug, but it could be a food or a sex, right? It could be addictions. Like we have all kinds of different shopping. And we come in to work on those patterns. So that's what a karmic contract is. So a support contract to me tend to be easier. I'm here to support you. You're here to support me. Doesn't mean it's always easy, but in general, we're kind of more in the, I get you. You get me. We're kind of good. We got challenges. We're humans, right? But in general, they're a little bit easier kind of relationships. Karmic contract relationships often to have a lot of challenges, emotional pain, emotions, things like that, addictions, abuses, abandonment, um, trauma, all of these kinds of things. So I hope that kind of helps and makes some sense. Um, um, I don't know. The word they use is a contract. It just, the difference between a contract and an agreement, they could be the same if you were doing it legally. I just use contract because that's what the record keepers call it. So a lot of stuff I just take at face value. It's like, you have soul contracts. I'm like, okay. Um, okay. So I'm going to start with childhood. There was, again, we've got to leave the end in about 20 minutes. So I'm just going to do energetic clearing on collective childhood trauma. So, um, and then again, Thursday and Saturday, I'm just going to move a lot of this stuff over to the list, and I'm going to have you guys vote on what you want to work on Thursday. And so we have a little survey that'll go out in an email, and I can even pop the survey in here if I can remember how. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, Mike, do you know where the survey is in Zoom to add it? Have done it before, but I kind of forget. Anyway, if you can find it, that would be useful. I have a wonderful assistant, Mike, who's doing tech support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I couldn't do all this without you, Mike, so I appreciate you being here for going on 5 hours. Anyway, okay. Childhood trauma. And again, we're in here with your record keepers, so just let yourself talk to your record keepers. Do I have a childhood trauma? They'll kind of remind you if there's something to work on, or just ask them, please help me to clear and heal the emotional pain and trauma from any childhood experiences that are blocking me. And you don't even have to understand what I just said. Just be like whatever Lisa said. Um, You're really just kind of clearing one layer. Many of us have terrible, awful, traumatic childhoods, and some of us have just kind of minor stuff. So I just feel like it's really interesting to me sometimes. It's almost like the record keepers, this collective records, kind of, my words, picked the group up and just moved you into the void, which is kind of that space that we often see as like a black space of no thing. And in the void, there is nothing. And so what I'm seeing is it looks almost like smoke lifting off of everybody, or that energy, that pain, that trauma just kind of lifting off and floating away, kind of like smoke would. And because again, we're in the void, this is to me almost like the juiciest part, almost like the center of the quantum void, right? All things and no things, everything and nothing. So that holds the beautiful energy of infinite possibilities for you. And so we ask our record keepers, as this trauma, emotional pain and trauma has released kind of through your childhood in however was appropriate for you in this moment, we invite in all the good the universe can bring you now, all the upgrades, all the new kind of wisdom, idea, contracts, connections, people, whatever it is for you. We bring in infinite possibilities for each and every one of you. Mm. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, I love it. So, um, mm, I think that's a lot of healing and shifting and moving today. This is a beautiful, again, these techniques, these Akashic healing techniques the record keepers have given me, there's like so many. We're going to do this quickly because um, it's so beneficial, especially after all the clearing we've done. This is calling back all of your energy, all the energy you've given to people, all the energy you left in the office or in that argument or on that beach or right, in that vacation or, with that other person, that you were doing prayers for, sending healing to, and you sent them your energy instead of just like universal or um, quantum healing energy. You sent your energy. So we're gonna do this beautiful, simple guided visualization. And then we're gonna close the records and we are going to pretty much call it a day. And we will do a lot of those other healings on Thursday and maybe even on Saturday, depending. Let's call back our energy. So just imagine that you have a beautiful golden ball above your head, like a big golden sun, a ball that's a sun that's about the size of a basketball, maybe. Beautiful golden sun hovering just above your head, and it's magnetic. And we're going to set the intention that it is going to call back all your energy, only your energy, but all of your energy that you've left scattered around in the world this month. Yeah, almost at the end of February. So that's perfect. In the last month or two. And so we invite that beautiful golden magnetic sun to start spinning, right? It just spins like you would be spinning a ball on your finger. and as it spins, it calls back, and you may see, feel, notice energy coming back to you that you even forgot about. You might get an image or two like, oh, I forgot I went that place. Or I forgot I was with that person. I gave them a lot of my energy because they were low. Whatever it is, just invite all of your own personal physical energy, energetic energy, soul energy to come home to you, to come home to this magnetic sun. We just continue to let it spin. And as all of our energy comes home and back to us, we invite the spinning sun to slow its spin, just to stop. We actually invite this beautiful golden sun to melt. It's golden liquid light, the highest energy of you. And let that just melt and pour right down into your crown chakra. And let all of that energy that is returned to you go in your physical body or energy field or auric field, wherever it belongs, back home to its highest and best place. Hmm. Nice. So just taking a nice breath, feeling all that lovely energy. It might be warm or tingly in your body as it returns home. And then hmm, I was like, oh, we are going I've got a bunch of more things. I just can't talk fast enough or do fast enough. I was a bunch of stuff I want to do. We're already up on 5 hours. And so we've got 3 more groups. We've got one on Thursday, we've got one on Saturday, and then I'm going to meet one more time on Monday, mostly with people who really want to get involved in the Akashic Self Mastery, but maybe aren't sure if it's for them. So we're going to meet on Monday if you're like unsure and you want to ask some other questions and all of that. So, but I hope to see you on Thursday, and we're going to finish up 2 things. I'm going to just close and lock the group records, and then we're going to fill up with our highest Akashic energy, which is part of what this is. And so we thank the beautiful beings of light, the record keepers, for the unconditional love, the wisdom, the information, and the healing we have all received today. Please help us to return fully into our complete human wholeness in all dimensions, times, and planes. And we ask that you close and lock the records of this Unchain Your Galactic Soul event. All the people meeting here today from the event. And so it is. Blessed be. So close and lock the records, and I'm just going to do a beautiful prayer for alignment. Spirit, source, universe, please show me what it feels like to be the highest, brightest, most aligned and expansive self that I can be today. Please open my heart to know the truth of my divinity and allow me to receive all the good that is within and without. Please guide me on my next steps to being abundant in all ways with ease and grace. And so it is. Thus it be. So lovely. I am so grateful for each and every one of you. And so we are going to, at the next Powerful Live Integration and Healing bonus call, again, you can be one of the lucky attendees to receive a live reading with me. We're going to do some energetic work on upgrading our genetic blueprint for greater alignment to your soul. We're going to, let me see if I can, how I do that. I think I have to share to give you the survey, but it doesn't matter either. Well, we've got another survey that's coming out in the mail. Just what I want to see what everybody wants to work on. We'll probably do some extra work around shame, betrayal, and guilt. There's a lot of things we didn't get to today. Quantum Group D programming to free you from slavery programs that have held you down your whole life. That's some nasty old quantum soul stuff. We've had galactic wars as well as earthly wars and slave programs on Earth as well as other realms. So definitely like to get to some of that. We're only doing 2 hours, so whew, we'll see. But this is the Zoom link. You might want to grab it in case you're not getting emails, right? Whoops. Sorry. You might do a screenshot. I don't know. You might be able to click on it. You actually should be able to click on it. It's clickable. And it might open that Zoom link or some way to copy it. Anyway, I'm not that techie, but and then I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for joining me and raising your vibration and helping to raise the vibration of humanity. It has been such a pleasure. I love you all, truly. It's so much fun, such a joy to do this stuff with you, with everyone. So I'm going to look, here it is. Let's see, launch. Let me give that a shot and see what happens. Pick your theme, get QR code. Really? I'm like reading. It says, oh, you could share this. Let's see. Go to Zoom meeting, select share, and then share this browser. I'm going to see if I can do that. Otherwise, we're just going to have faith. Um, let's see. Where is share? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That one's just beyond me.